Pete,
Yeah.
long time no see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's really been 17 years since we served together. Company commander, first sergeant Pete Chapman, Captain Chapman when I first met you. Uh, Call sign Bone Crusher
Bone
6,
Crusher.
and I was Bone Crusher 9, and we met not under the most optimal circumstance. I think the dream would be to sit there and come together as a team back in the garrison environment and build the team together. But we actually met in Kuwait as you stepped off the bus.
Yeah. Not
So
not ideal circumstances.
definitely not ideal circumstances, but nonetheless, in typical military army fashion, uh, we pulled it together and made it work, right? So before we jump into the battle for Baqubah and how Bravo Company 112 um, uh, did their mission in the area of operation, I would like to just jump into a little bit of your background growing up.
Sure.
What motivated you? What inspired you to join the military, and also what inspired you to come to the United States Military Academy, West Point?
Sure. Sure. So I was born, like, fun fact number one, I was born on a farm in Virginia. We didn't stay there. Moved at a pretty early age to Stone Mountain, Georgia, and that's where I grew. Older brother Alex had joined the Navy. He's older, 3 years older. He joined the Navy, and so as I was finishing up high school, I thought I wanted to be like my big brother. He served on the boomers, or the Ohio class submarines, and so I was like, okay, well, if I want to do this, like, let me apply to the Naval Academy, and if I'm going to do that, I might as well apply to West Point and the Air Force Academy as well. Not knowing anything about the academy or really about the military. My grandpa was in the Air Force in World War II, but I mean, we didn't really know too much about it. Very fortunate, like one of the series of fortunate accidents. Naval Academy didn't take me, but West Point did. And so um, my initial, wanting to be like my big brother, and the idea that it was a free education, like, free, you pay in time, but but you didn't, we didn't have. I mean, we weren't starving or anything, but we didn't have means to like pay out of pocket for a 4-year college. So the idea of, hey, let's give this a try, this whole Army business a try, and it was free. Like, that was appealing to me.
I think that's pretty fascinating. The
Yeah.
Navy didn't take you?
Yeah, best accident ever.
Did they ever give you a reason for denial?
No, you never get a reason. You just like, thank you for applying, but you won't
And
select
the
you.
interesting thing is, and I failed to mention this at the intro, big miss, right? But you're now a colonel
That's
and
right.
and department head at West Point.
That's right.
Their loss, our gain. Go
Super
Army,
super
beat
fortunate.
Navy.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, just super fortunate that was my path, because I think it was the right path.
How were your grades in school?
So I was pretty good. I was pretty good. I wasn't like super rock star. I wasn't at the bottom. Probably 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 the best semester I ever had. I'd broken my leg, and then I got into some trouble. And at West Point, you get into trouble, you walk hours. But if you have a broken leg, you can't walk hours, so they make you sit, but you have to sit double the hours. And so, best semester ever, because on the weekends I just sat and did homework as a punishment, which worked out pretty well. But did okay academically. Yeah.
Okay. What sports, anything that you latched a hold of going through West Point?
I did intramurals. So every cadet plays a sport of some kind. I wasn't great enough to be an intercollegiate athlete, and so I did intramural boxing, soccer, cross country, swimming, and then coach soccer, the intramural team.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where I was at.
Sandhurst? Well, you
I
were on
did
Sandhurst
I did
team too, yeah?
Sandhurst for 1 year. Yeah, which has evolved. It's like a really awesome competition. It was a good competition then, but it's a really good competition now. So yeah, I gave that a try for a year.
What inspired you to go infantry?
Mm. So that's something the cadets ask me pretty often. So coming in, I was fixated on engineers because I thought, hey, they build stuff, they blow things up, like that seemed appealing to me. And I had the good fortune to get selected for and go to sapper school as a cadet. So as I was a rising junior, I spent that summer, a portion of that summer at sapper school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Um, and I liked every bit of it. That is one of the most professional schoolhouses there is. It was, I want to say 28 days, a portion of which was in the classroom, a portion of it was patrolling in the woods. And I loved every minute of it. Um, and the patrolling that we did is, typical raids, recons, ambushes, but you add the extra flavor of maybe airfield denial or something that you could use field expedient demolitions for. Did a lot of mountaineering. Like I said, just a first class training experience. And then when I came back, like it was a slow burn. It wasn't any like one thing, but the slow burn that kind of thought about it, like, okay, yeah, maybe the engineers could do this for a bit, but really this is what the infantry does. And so the idea of like if you're going to be in the army, do army like things, and the most army like things I could think of was what I just done, and I would find that in infantry. So that's kind of how I settled on it. Again, that was another one of those happy accidents. And some of the other members in my company also branched infantry. Fernando Lujan, Will Starr, Dave Lozano, and like we were pretty tight. That was the group I ran with, and then had one branch field artillery, old Courtney Shepard, but we just kind of gravitated towards there simultaneously about.
That's pretty awesome. I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely glad you did. So you wrap up your 4 years here at West Point. I assume infantry was your first choice, and that's what you got.
That's what I got. Yeah.
Did you have like a duty station of choice too?
Yeah. So this is a kind of funny story. So the way you pick posts, your first duty station, it's straight order of merit. And so they get all the infantry folks together, line them up one to whatever, and then call it number one picks first, number two picks second, et cetera, on down. And as a post goes off the board, then you can't select it anymore. And now it's a little bit more formal. Then I want to say they just had a view graph with like Fort Campbell and then numbers across, and they would just tick off as they got picked. So as a cadet, there's another cadet, my wife now, Tiffany, was branching or posting at the same time, and so we didn't. Now you can sign a form like, hey, we intend to marry, and they'll post you together. We weren't ready for that at the time, and so our branch managers or our branch reps had walkie talkies, and so when they were when she branched MI initially out of here, they had all the MI folks in one room and the infantry folks in another room, and then when the first one of us got up, the walkie talkies, is he ready to pick? And then so it went back and forth, and we'd kind of worked out ahead of time that Campbell was where we wanted to go. And so that was our first duty station, Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
So you get your duty assignment of choice.
Mm-hmm.
You're going with Tiffany.
Yep.
Any delays, any stops on the way, or did you guys go straight to Fort
Sure.
Campbell? And
So she went to Fort Huachuca for her basic course, and I went to Fort Benning, now Fort Moore, for my basic course. And we finished up. I finished up my basic course. I think she may have finished. Yeah, she definitely finished her training first, because my pipeline also included Ranger School and then Airborne School afterwards. So I want to say it was late or early winter, late in the year. We went up to Fort Campbell, found a place, moved her in, and then went and reported to Ranger School.
how was Ranger School?
Uh, it was so great. I did Florida twice. Like it was
Was that
it
awesome,
was it
huh?
was that great. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it was like, I think it's a fantastic school, and of course being on the other side makes it even more fantastic. But really does help a young leader identify his or her limits, like physical limits, mental limits, and understand that. And I think importantly, being able to see that in others. And so, when somebody else is about to hit their limit, now I'm going to step up a little bit more to help the team out, and then they do the same for me. So it was a great learning experience. Yeah, and uh, yeah, made friends with Florida, that's for sure.
What 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 wasn't oh so friendly in Florida?
I think my first time through, I think candidly, I'd hit my wall, and I was a no go on patrols.
Okay.
Um, Super nerve wracking. So at the end, all the folks that are no goes, you just line up, and then there's an auditorium, and the battalion commander is sitting in the center and is flanked by senior NCOs and RIs and officers. And you go in one at a time and report. And then they'll tell you, okay, you're either a phase recycle, that's the most desirable, day one recycle, you're going home, or any list of things. And so very fortunate, I was a phase recycle, so just hung out and then joined the next group.
What did you pull out of that experience?
Um, yeah, so I'd say that, like, the idea of like, don't quit. Like, it's going to be hard. You may have a setback, but like, still get after it. Um, and then, like, how to integrate yourself into a team, because you recycle into a new team who there's already norms and relationships that have built.
Yeah.
So, like, how do you um, get in there, demonstrate value, and be part of a team? Like, I felt that was important.
Right on. Okay, so you get your tab, and
Yeah,
then did you go to airborne school?
I did. Yeah, yeah,
Easy peasy.
yeah. I was mostly focused on calories and lifting weights, because like, your body, significant amount of atrophy in Ranger School. So I knew at the back end of it, I'm going to meet my first platoon, so I want to be fit and not emaciated. So wanted some level of like, good nutrition and exercise, and life was pretty good. As a tab lieutenant in airborne school, didn't get messed with too much.
What did you go into ranger school weighing, and what did you leave?
Oh gosh, I can't remember. But I will say, during the recycle in Florida, there was the pause, because I think the best ranger competition was going on. So they left us alone, and we got to eat a fair amount. And I gained a lot of weight in my cheeks, and I recycled into the same company as Fernando Lujan. And I distinctly remember when everybody showed up, we were looking at each other, and he didn't recognize me. And we were both physics majors together, so we probably spent 8 hours a day together for 2 consecutive years. He was the best man at my wedding. Like, we knew each other very well, but I think he didn't recognize me, because my face was kind of chubby in the cheeks from the recycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that paints a pretty vivid picture. Yeah. Okay. So you successfully complete ranger school, successfully complete airborne school.
Yeah.
off to the 101st, did you already know what company, what unit you were going to, or is this
Yeah.
get the replacement and
So I,
brace for impact?
so when we finished Ranger School, they came and gave us our orders, and so I knew I was headed to Third Brigade,
Okay.
187. But I didn't know where I was going. And myself and Mike McCusker showed up at brigade headquarters. We went to the replacement. We did that division level in processing. But then when we went to the brigade, uh, we saw the brigade S1. His name escapes me, but I do remember. He's like, okay, first thing, let me get a copy of your orders. I had my orders with me, so I gave him a copy. Mike had to go to his truck to get a copy of orders, so I had mine. He's like, boom, you're going to First Battalion. Made a call to see where the company was at, and sent me to go see the Battalion S1, which is just across the field. And then there, that S1 let me know I was headed to Alpha Company. So Alpha, I wound up being First Platoon Alpha Company 1187 Infantry.
Any surprises?
Um, I I do, and you probably should edit this out at the back end. But so as I'm meeting the battalion S1 now, um, right before I'm reporting to the battalion commander, because the battalion commander's in the office, he's like, okay, you report in, you know how to report. It's like, yes sir, I do. So right before I'm about to, I knock on the door and he says enter, and right before I'm about to walk in the door, he says, don't look at his leg. Now, I didn't know who the battalion commander was. I didn't know anything about his leg or whatnot. But if somebody tells you not to look at it, you're just like, oh my gosh.
Now I gotta look at it.
So now I'm trying to make eye contact and just like force myself to not look down. And what had happened was, that battalion commander had suffered a training accident with a grenade, and so lost part of his leg from the kneecap down. Um, and I guess sometimes in the office he took off his pr- pr- prosthetic, yeah, prosthetic,
Yeah.
took that off, and so the guy was warning me not to look down, but he didn't have, underneath his desk was open, and so I'm doing my best to not. So that was very surprising. So the second thing that was surprising. 'Cause I don't know what to expect, but I meet my company commander. Um, the company had been on the range and my platoon was on his way back, but the company commander and first sergeant were already there. And so commander's like, okay, we're going to send you the first platoon. You kind of gave me the speech. Then I met the first sergeant Bob Tetley. And the first thing he wanted me to do, we walked out on the back loading docks. And he handed me a dummy grenade and was like, sir, throw this grenade. Like, you got it, first sergeant. Where am I throwing it? He's like, just throw the damn grenade. So I threw it. I was just hucked it as far as I could. He's like, all right, you're good. Because I think he had like somebody that was a cadet or whatever at West Point that like botched a grenade throw. And there's like all this grenade theme for the surprising thing, but that was his first impression. If I could throw the grenade, then I was trainable and therefore a good lieutenant. And if I couldn't throw it, then I think he was gonna be like, yeah. So that was very surprising to me.
Maybe that's tied to the battalion commander's training accident.
No, completely independent, completely
Okay.
independent. But I was just like, what's going on here? Like, why are we like, what's happening? But it was good. It was a good welcome.
Then you get to meet your platoon sergeant.
I did. At the time, Staff Sergeant Tim Hunter. Uh, yeah, so they came back. There was two desks in the office. On one desk there was a handful of dog tags, and so I'm just waiting there. And then they come in. I meet Sergeant Tim Hunter. I was like, okay, hey, well, pleasure to meet you. And like, here we go. I was like, what's the dog tags? I'm certain that we don't do this anymore, but at the time, you do a formation run, like a brigade run. I want to say the standard was 4 miles, 8-minute miles. And if somebody fell out, then whoever would take that soldier's dog tags and have them turn their unit shirt inside out. I'm certain we don't do the same. And so I was like, wow, there's a stack of dog tags here. Like making a mental assessment, like, okay, we got to do some PT. There's some work to be done. We can get better. And then, we exchanged some pleasantries and just started to get to know each other from day one.
What year is that?
I got to the unit in 99. So the spring of 99.
Okay. You meet your platoon sergeant, your platoon. Was it everything? I know everybody has a vision of their
Yeah.
first day, first week, first month in a
Yeah.
platoon. Was it what you had imagined?
Um, yes and no. I mean, everything was brand new. I didn't, I like, I was, hadn't had exposure before with the idea of training cycles. The idea that, hey, you could be in a tasking cycle and you may not see some of your soldiers for a while. Maybe they're on funeral details, or maybe they're doing whatever across the installation.
Yeah.
Um, Versus the training cycle, and at Fort Campbell, we had the ready cycle as well. So you do the progression of small unit training, then, individual, team, squad, platoon, then company, battalion kind of thing. And then when you were on the ready cycle, everything was ready to go. And maybe you did some maintenance training, and maybe like a small arms range, or things like pallet building classes or whatever. But you were just ready to go. So I had no exposure to that, so I didn't know what to expect. The field training was different up until that point. My field training had been as a cadet, and really, there you're being trained, but you're also a training aid for the cadre. So,
Mhm.
so the cadet squad leader can get a rep in on small unit tactics and small unit leadership. So you're both being trained and the training aid. And then Sapper and Ranger School have very different field experience. So that was a little bit different than what I expected. I mean, all in a good way.
Yeah.
Everything was new and exciting.
Well, as a young leader coming in, what was your main focus? Building trust with the team,
Yeah.
just where were you at on that?
Yeah. So me and the platoon sergeant got together, and like we figure out, okay, what's our common goals, and we set some common goals. A lot of them were focused on PT, because that was, as I mentioned, that was the immediate thing. I also should point out at the time, our company was on the hook to be the QRF for, um, a division that was going to go to Bosnia. And so 99 transitioned the Bosnia mission to the National Guard. And so I want to say I want to remember it was the Lone Star Division was going over there, and we were going to be the Alpha Company was going to be the air assault QRF for that deployment.
Hmm.
And so we did a series of training for that. Went to Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos, to train with that unit on, okay, here's what to expect, here's how to operate in that environment. So that was our focus initially, for like the training thing, like what was our use case, what were we training for, um, while we were working on our PT. But pretty soon thereafter, we got refocused that we were going to replace our battalion now was going to replace the 82nd in Kosovo. And so that then became the training focus for the entire battalion.
That was still, I guess that was still considered peacekeeping operations.
It was.
Peacekeeping's just,
It was
was there some stability and sustainment?
SASO, so
Sasso.
stability and support operations. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the focus.
Yeah, I had with 1-5 Cav, I went over and did a Bosnian rotation. It uneventful, I guess that was the thing then, right?
Yeah.
Like there was nothing really looming on the horizon as far as like counterinsurgency.
Yeah.
It was more looking uh, for the conventional fight, right?
Yeah.
And then peacekeeping. So interesting.
Yeah. That deployment, I mean, ultimately, there were some things from that deployment that proved useful later. Like our battalion had walked us through some things like negotiation training, like at lower level, not anything super formal or institutionalized, but just the idea that, hey, young platoon leader, like you're gonna have to negotiate with different people and try to get them to a common good.
Yeah.
So things like that, dealing with interpreters, like all that paid dividends later. But it was an interesting deployment. I enjoyed it.
Did you do any joint patrols with other forces over there?
Yeah, we sure did. So, interestingly, there was a checkpoint in the MSR escapes me. The main supply route escapes me, but there was a checkpoint that we manned jointly with the Russians for a bit. And so that was a big gear exchange fest for everybody. Um, but yeah, for us to man a checkpoint with the Russians, that was pretty interesting at the time, just given where we were at in the world. Um, a little bit of the Brits. Uh, but yeah, the one that sticks out to me was the Russian checkpoint.
I too got to do, and I guess that's one of the reasons why I asked the question was we did a joint patrol with some Russian forces over there. They
Mm.
had their BRDMs and, they were in their traditional Russian, uniforms. It was interesting because all the way up until that point, we've spent the majority of our lives, training to fight them. And here I am, in Bosnia working with them.
Yeah,
It was pretty, and it was a pretty surreal moment, really. Yeah.
yeah. No, the whole all the training scenarios, even though like there's some level of obfuscation, but it was still uh, the high intensity plant. It was essentially against the Soviet battle formations.
Yeah.
They changed the names or whatever, but that's what it essentially was. So yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting to work with.
Knowing that back in the States, we called all the targets Ivans.
Right, right.
So, what part of Bosnia were you in?
Uh, no, Kosovo. So
I'm sorry.
no, that's all
Yeah.
right. That's all right. So we started off in um, Pristina. And then our company got attached to or got sent to Jelani. So that was the eastern side, southeastern side. It had if you went far enough south, you had the border with, so we had a border with Serbia and I want to say Macedonia.
Jeez.
So,
Okay.
so super beautiful part of the world. Like the terrain was great. Yeah, it was just, it was a good part. We
That
out
was
at Camp Monteith, someone will remember.
okay. Overall, pretty, nothing significant. Yeah,
No,
just
the significant things were me being an idiot, frankly. So, uh, uh, we were operating in Humvees, and so I managed to get a Humvee stuck. I managed to roll a Humvee on its side. I managed to submerge a Humvee and get stuck in a creek. So I had a lot of Humvee related learning,
recovery
recovery
operation.
operations. Yeah, yeah. No, but nothing. There was not violent. It wasn't violent. It was
Yeah.
there was a lot of good learning. Got a lot of good things. A lot of see uh, uh, like how to do business kind of thing.
Yeah, and you're still going through all the mechanics of it, right? The
Mhm.
mounted patrols, pre combat checks,
Yep.
from soup to nuts, right?
Yep.
From before, during, and after, just kind of honing and developing your craft. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of patrols, a lot of setting up LPOPs on what we thought were trafficked routes, cordon searches. Did a handful of those. Um, yeah, it was a good learning lab.
Yeah. Okay. And then you come back to the States, and are you looking at a second platoon, or are you looking at a company XO position?
Sure.
What was the next move?
So when we got back, I moved over to the Delta company, which is the anti-tank company, and had a platoon there briefly. And then when I want to say our XO was trying to assess in special forces, then I became the company XO. So maybe a couple 3 months as a platoon. I know we went to the field a couple times before I moved over to XO, but the duration kind of all blends together.
Yeah.
So I think a couple months.
What year does that bring us up to?
So the deployment to Kosovo, was was February to October in 2000, and so probably around December, January of 2001 is when became the company XO,
Okay.
somewhere around that time.
And then, well, this is bringing us up towards 9/11.
It is, yeah.
Where were you when the planes hit the trade centers?
So we just finished PT, and we're headed to the brigade dining facility for breakfast. Um, that was our thing. And then first plane hit, second plane hit a little bit time later, and everybody knew straight away. The people that went home for breakfast and to get cleaned up, I don't think they made it back to installation for like another 12 to 20 hours just because the gates were locked down immediately.
Did you see this happening like at the Chow Hall TVs, or what? How did you hear about it?
I want to say it was when we came back from Chow. I don't remember there being TVs in the Chow. We did have a TV in the company area, so the suite of offices had a TV, and so that was on in our company commander, Colonel he just retired as Colonel Dave Welch, but Captain Dave Welch like kept hitting refresh on the browser to try pick up news feeds of what was happening. Yeah.
At that point, had you ever heard of the name Osama bin Laden?
No.
Neither
No
had
idea.
I.
Yeah.
Interesting. What changed that day for Lieutenant Chapman and your unit?
Yeah. So the immediate impact is and it escapes me where we were in the cycle. Escapes me where we were in the cycle. Well, I knew we weren't in training cycle, so it was probably a transition to the ready cycle or the tasking cycle. And apologies for not remembering, but the immediate impact was the taskings that came out. So like we had platoons guarding the airfield. We had folks guarding DV houses. Like the important people. Anybody that could be considered a target, or any structure on the installation that could be considered a target, there was people guarding it. Hospital commissary, CG's house, like all that kind of stuff. So managing that, although that kind of got into a battle rhythm straight away, but the thing that sticks with me is that readiness is informed not just by how many people you have, but if your equipment is ready. And so as the AT Company XO, I was responsible for the maintenance of our fleet of vehicles, and more importantly, the tow missiles, because the tow missile is an all-weather anti-tank system, and that was the pacing item or one of the pacing items for our battalion. And so knowing that there are people now looking at maintenance and seeing like how many tows do you have up at the highest levels, it becomes very important. And that when you have a deadline on your pacer, then you work until if you have the part on hand, you work till it's installed and the deficiency is resolved, or you work until the part's on order. And when the part comes in, if it's on the installation at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday, you don't wait till Monday. You go get that part and install it, because the readiness of the unit matters. And that was something that I learned. I didn't previously appreciate that, but became very clear that was going to drive deployments.
Well, it's operational, and I think the term they use pretty frequently is the OR rate, right? Like the like big maintenance items, and obviously this plays a key part in a mech unit, right?
Right.
Like,
Yes, it does.
what's your OR rate,
Yeah.
and yeah, like you said, you don't wait till next week to get it up.
Right.
It's now.
We had a good crew. So Chief Jim Britton was our battalion maintenance officer, our motor officer. Major Zolt Zincarelli was our battalion XO, and they really helped me understand that, and were great teammates in getting everybody ready. So it was a good environment to learn.
Nice. The the after the immediate impact, was there a shift in how you guys were? Because just not too long, or not too much prior to that, you were focused on peacekeeping,
Right.
sustainment, operations, SASO. What became the new focus?
To be candid, we didn't have time to refocus. Because there was such a focus on maintenance and then equipment draw. So we knew to get ready. Our battalion commander, uh, Ron Corcoran, who I absolutely love, is just a good human being. He, when we went to get issued desert camouflage BDUs, like we knew we were going to be going, and he got us in the formations, like, all right, don't be going to getting tan colored CIBs sewn on these. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were being issued, but asked to not advertise it. And the preparation for movement was underway in terms of uh, I want to say it's TAF. I want to say task force assembly operations. So getting all our Humvees cleaned, getting the uh, safety data sheets on them, getting the air load planning done. Like, that was the focus. And the first chalk of our battalion executed its N-hour sequence on Veterans Day, 2001. That's where um, you didn't know what chalk you were on, but you knew, and so the call went out. So it's like Eagle Anvil, or what, the call went out, and then those folks knew. They come in with their bags, and this was I mean, this was like going into the unknown. Like, it was to the degree. Let me back up. Delta Company has 5 platoons. And there's 3 rifle companies that were in the battalion. And so first platoon got paired with Alpha Company, second platoon with Charlie Company, second platoon with Bravo Company, excuse me, and then third platoon with Charlie Company. And then, so when that company went, that platoon would go. And so we were broken up a little bit. And then the commander, I want to say he wanted to go early, and then I closed everything out on the back end, so he could be there. And
Was that the way you guys had trained too, uh, with getting sliced off to the different companies?
yeah,
Okay, it
that's
was.
how
Okay.
we trained. And then the fourth and fifth, could be reserve or flexed one way or the other, or whatever the battalion needed. But
Okay.
yeah, so during training, they formed the habitual relationships, which I will come back around to in a bit. But I lost it. Oh, but so the deployment is into the great unknown to the degree I remember when my chalk got called. There was a priest there that would offer absolution. So you think about it, like, okay, like this is for real. Like,
Yeah.
they're offering, like, hey, if you want to get something off your chest, because you may not come back. Um, which is very sobering for 23, 24-year olds. Like, oh, we're about to go do the work.
Yeah.
Um, if I want to come back around to training for just a bit, and one of the reasons why I love Ron Corcoran. So he took over the battalion after we got back from Kosovo, and uh, I was already in Delta Company, and one of the things I have very vivid memories of this. One of the things we were good at is driving around and doing mounted patrols. I'm not necessarily with Delta Company because I was in Alpha Company at the time, but that's what Delta Company was good at. He's like, great, like I appreciate you're good at that. And when we do training as a battalion, companies go do their own thing, but then ultimately, if you're in the 101st, you got to end with the battalion air assault where you go attack something. And a lot of times what would happen is, a rifle company would move out, and then they would task the platoon that was associated with them to like, go set me up a heavy support by fire, like drive on this route, set up a heavy support by fire while we're calling in artillery. And then when we set up our local support by fire, it was all very thing, but it was tied to the trucks. He's like, I already know you're good at using the trucks. And if you ever want to see just the look of disappointment in a young man's eyes, this in the AT platoon. So there's 16 men in the AT platoon. And in the trucks, they can have two 50 cals, two Mark 19s up, or you could have 4 tows or any combination of these things. So if you want to see just the look of disappointment in a young man's face, you say, I know you're good at trucks. What I'd like for you to do is dismount those 50 cals and walk with the company so that they can put that heavy support by fire wherever they want. And so there's this 16 men, with the 50 cals. And of course, the phrase travel light, freeze at night. So the rifle company just has like an assault pack or whatever. Maybe they're carrying a mortar around or whatever, but the size of the 50 cal like that there's no good way to fold up the barrel. You know what I'm saying? So you have this big thing sticking off the side of your rucksack that's catching every vine and spinning you around, and then the receiver, and then the tripod, and then the commander. It's like, hey, yeah, we don't have enough rounds. We're going to fill up these canisters with sand because I want to replicate the basic load. These guys are like, oh my gosh, but they did it. There's some sad face, but they did it. Yeah. And why I want to highlight that is Ron Corcoran understood that you always have to be changing your best. Like, you're good at something, that's great. Find something else to be good at. Like look for ways to continuously improve. And he understood that. And this was before 9/11 even happened. There was no way he could know. But they're in Operation Anaconda. When they do, that third platoon tied to that Charlie company dismounted the 50 cals, walked it up and down the Shallicote Valley, and they were able to squeeze off the first rounds for the battalion in Operation Enduring Freedom. Now, had they not done that, would it still have been valuable? Absolutely, because you can't predict the future. But that he saw, wanted to change the best, unpopular at the time, but proved to be like, hey, I'm adding capability. What can we do to give more flexibility, more opportunities for the commander to engage and provide combat power? So I just want to share that. That was a lesson I learned. I thought was pretty valuable.
Well, and I think as a soldier, it was familiar terrain then too, right? Like, hey, man, so sometimes the obvious isn't the obvious, but if you flex that muscle, like, hey, man, we can pull these 50 cals off. Yeah. We can hump these up the mountain. We can dig them in.
Yeah, a little bit slower, but because we were at elevation, but still, like, given the confidence of those soldiers that, hey, like, one, every time you do something gritty and come out the other side better for you, you're like, wow, okay, I've got more capacity than I realized. And then two, yeah, when you see that situation, like, hey, like, put us in, like, we can contribute. Yeah. So it's very powerful to learn as a young leader in that formation.
Wow. So you guys ramp up essentially 2 months after 9/11. You guys are like on birds
Yeah.
heading to where were you heading
So
to?
Jacobabad, Pakistan. I should point out that the first chalk was Wheels Up Veterans Day, but it was spaced out over time. My chalk, we landed in Jacobabad, Pakistan on Christmas, so we were spread out a little bit over time.
Where were you at with your relationship with Tiffany?
That's a great question. So Tiffany had the good fortune to get accepted into the funded legal education program. So the FLEP program, or funded to go to law school and then serve in the Army as a lawyer. Uh, and so at the time, she was in law school at University of Texas, Austin. And we had made, or she came up for Thanksgiving. And so, um, didn't share all the details with what was happening just because of operations security.
Right.
Because again, this was at the beginning of we didn't know what, and so operations security, like the OPSEC was very tight. But I mean, she could piece things enough together. I was like, okay, it's going to happen. And then when my chalk had got called, um, I she's going to come up for Christmas. When my chalk got called, uh, I couldn't tell her what was happening, but you piece it together. As I said, you shouldn't make the trip up here for Christmas. And so she understood. Uh, and I think another important thing to point out, at the time, uh, communications were a lot different. Like, okay, maybe you could email one another. Certainly, texting wasn't ubiquitous. That did I get my cell phone before or after? Like I can't remember if I had a pager or cell phone at the time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. Not everybody was as connected as they are now, where
Yeah.
it's almost instantaneous.
And you guys weren't married yet?
No, we were married. I'm
You
sorry. We,
did.
we got married. Uh, we got married in January of 2000, like a little bit before deployed to Kosovo.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
The picture's starting to come together.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. You guys land
Yeah.
in Pakistan.
Yep. There's the Shabazz airfield in Jacobabad, Pakistan. That was a logistics hub. So the Air Force was really running as a logistics hub. And before we went into Afghanistan, uh, we augmented the security. The task force augmented the security.
Was the majority of now? Was this a brigade, a division?
It was a battalion.
Just a battalion
Just
was
a
pushing
battalion.
out.
Later on, we added more, but the initial footprint was 1187, and then because the number of troops was very closely managed. Ultimately, we did get the brigade in theater in Afghanistan, but it was at a little bit at a time.
Okay. What was the focus when you're on the ground?
There is a lot of getting ready because we didn't have the initial, like the whole battalion was there initially. We didn't know how or when we would go to Afghanistan, so it was just be ready. Make sure our kit is all our equipment is straight. Make sure like we are ready to go, and then excuse me, and then the events unfolded that led to Operation Anaconda, and so our third platoon went with Charlie Company with that operation, but there was still some elements of the battalion and some of our elements still at the airbase, and then ultimately the company went north to the Kandahar airfield and then moved out to secure what we'd refer to now as a combat outpost. Then it was just, hey, there's some special forces folks operating out of this area. Okay. You could go secure. It was Chapman Airfield, not named after me, but there I want to say it was a Navy SEAL that made the ultimate sacrifice, and airfield was named in his honor. So just a strip of land out in the eastern side of Afghanistan, around the town of Khost.
Were you guys planning on driving in, air assaulting in?
Air
S-
assault.
Air, I mean, of course, yeah. I should have.
Well, we left our vehicles in Pakistan just because the to air assault. So normally you could have a Black Hawk pick up one of our Humvees. This is well before up armored Humvees, but most of the time you had a shotgun load with a Chinook. But the air was thin enough that the best you could do was back a Humvee into the Chinook and do it that way because the air was just too thin. So when we provided the security for that outpost, um, we just loaded up in the Chinook and away we went.
So, out of the conventional forces that were getting blown into Afghanistan, where were you guys like essentially tip of the spear stuff?
No, no, no. To the tip of the spear, that's reserved for the great men who were riding horseback and calling in close air support. I mean, those were the expeditionary guys that really routed the enemy. We were, I mean, we were a backstop for some of their operations, but I wouldn't say I wouldn't. Say, I mean,
Well,
tip of the
for
spear
conventional
for
forces.
conventional. Yeah,
Yeah.
the so it was us and uh, 210 Mountain, because
Okay.
the CG for 10th Mountain, and they came south through Kazakhstan, but they were the C2 element for the whole outfit. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess I should have used the tip of spear because I mean, obviously, the soft people are always precede us, right?
yeah.
Um,
I guess I should at this point I should just as a caveat. Um, it's been a hot minute, so I may misremember or
yeah.
misidentify things. It's not intentional.
Now we'll put a disclaimer at the bottom.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Don't hold us to all the dates, and we're getting old.
Yeah,
That's why it's important to do it
right,
before we
right,
hit the
right.
20-year mark.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are in Afghanistan.
Mhm.
Operation Anaconda's kicking off. You're an XO of a AT platoon or
Company.
company.
Yep.
What are you doing? What's your contribution to the fight?
Whatever the commander needed me to do. I mean, the of course a lot of maintenance, getting us ready. In an odd way, the things that got us there, the tow missile, like we didn't really use the tow missiles at all. When our function really was, our use case was securing these compounds, and so just helping the commander, with the logistics of that, freeing up his headspace so that he can fight the company.
That's pretty wild, right? You guys like the thing that really defines your platoon
Yeah.
left back in Pakistan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's
Or
the
I keep
nature.
saying platoon, I'm sorry,
No, I
but
got
your
you, company.
company
Yeah,
and your company's mission
yeah,
was just like, hey man, change of mission.
yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's I think that's true for so many units. I mean, and it's not just that particular scenario. Like the
Yeah.
idea that, uh, hey, we can be trained for this. We get a different tasking. Well, boom, now we're going to do that tasking. Maybe it's not ideal, but like soldiers rise to the occasion. And it wasn't really. I mean, it really wasn't a stretch for us to do what we did.
Yeah. How long were you guys over there for?
Um, no, now you're really testing the memory. So I want to say we left in May or June is what I want to remember.
Okay.
It wasn't an extended duration. We got replaced by the 82nd, and I want to say that because it had time to come back, uh, have a little bit of vacation, and then uh, get back down to Fort Moore to the advanced course.
The
Still
advanced
some,
course.
yeah.
Before we close out the Afghanistan one, did your
Sure.
unit sustain any casualties, any significant
Mhm.
contacts with the enemy?
So I want to say, again, full disclaimer at the bottom. I think we had one or two that took some shrapnel from. I want to remember it was from mortar fire on the LZ during Anaconda. If it wasn't that, there was a one or two shrapnel, and then I think somebody got bit by a spider. Been in our battalion, certainly not in our company. I remember any type of casualties that was like from the enemy, like direct fire, other than the shrapnel.
So
Everybody made it out.
all in all, successful deployment. You guys come back. They're lining you up to go to the advanced course.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Uh, it was good. Wait, I'm sorry. I apologize. When I was talking about casualties, I want to remember that for our company, I believe one of the snipers may have been injured, and it's unclear to me if he was the one that had shrapnel or not. But um, uh, like our company made it back intact. Um,
That's that's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
That's good. Not
uh,
everybody has that
right.
opportunity to say that. So that's you know, leadership training, some luck.
Yeah,
Uh,
definitely some
that's
luck.
good.
Yeah, I'm sorry I cut you off on the advanced course. So that was pretty good. There was a part of a training pipeline that was included the advanced course. So think how to function as a captain on a battalion or higher level staff. A little bit more about command and control of a company. So getting you ready for staff and command. Also included uh, my introduction to the Bradley and the mechanized leader course, which uh, it's comical to me. Like anytime you get a bunch of captains together, any rank of any kind, you get them together, and then but you throw them into Bradley, and then and then this pandemonium ensues. But that was a good time. And it also included a little trip up to Fort Leavenworth where you had the combined arm and staff or CAS keep combined arm service. I can't remember. It was more about staff work. And that was like a month long. So that training pipeline, it was a good break.
So your introduction to Bradley's, did you have an indicator that you were going to take company command? Is that's essentially the way the captain commander,
Yeah.
if you're in charge of light, you go to heavy,
Yeah.
and if you're heavy as a PL, you go to light.
Yeah. Yep,
It
that's
is
exactly right. And
okay.
and so while we're in the advanced course, our branch reps show up and you have a one-on-one session with them and looks at your body of work, says, okay, you're at Fort Campbell. I know where you're not going, and that's back to Fort Campbell or Fort Bragg or whatever. And so because Tiffany was at law school, she was still in school at University of Texas Austin. The obvious ask was, "Hey, can I get to Fort Hood?" So that's why I asked for it. And then they go do whatever smoke-filled room, figure out who's going where, and then came back and said, like, "All right, you're going to Fort Hood," which then that added the requirement, like, "All right, now you're going to go to mechanized leader course,"
Okay.
which I'm not 100%. But I'm like 99%. No, I'm certain that Chris was in that same class.
I am too.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I think that's where we started the tradition of firing something up, because I want to say he had a stove and we had some like ramen and chicken from a foil pack or whatever. So that's yeah,
Yeah, and the only reason why I have a high degree of certainty of that is
yeah,
because he told me that he had linked up with you.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool that you two graduated same class out of West Point.
yeah,
And then you take two. He goes to 82nd. You go to 101st. But then you guys come right back together
yeah,
at the career course, right,
right.
or advanced course.
Yeah, we were in the same platoon in the basic course too.
What was your take on the Bradleys? So here you
Yeah,
go. Well, I guess the first thing you probably thought was, well, we won't have to dismount the 25 Mike.
Right. Right. There was some of that. Although I did like, we did the disassembly and assembly for time. And then, yeah, getting the feed chutes on was always the long pole in tent for me. But I thought it was good. What I didn't, well, I didn't appreciate, cause if we went to the range or not, I can't remember, but uh, the firepower, like the stable comms platform. You don't pick that up in school. You pick that up in the by doing the work.
Yeah. Were you looking at the Bradleys like this is something like did it feel like an exciting challenge, or did it feel like, oh my gosh, this is, coming from a light world? I remember one of I mean, I want to say it was my company commander over in Korea. At one point, he came over and he was getting his map ready,
Mm.
and he had a map this big.
Yeah.
I said, sir, I said, I'm going to put together a map board for you, because we're going to, our defense will take up, that much space. So there was
Yeah.
a pretty big change of mindset that I had worked with him a little bit. What was your mindset shift from light
Yeah.
infantry to mech?
No, that's a great question. So, I mean, I didn't appreciate the speed or scale of how the fight could evolve, but um, was just was happy about it. Like the idea of you're still in the infantry, but it's a new infantry experience. Like that's exciting. Like keeping things, um, like wow, there's more to learn. I was excited about that. Little intimidating, I think, on the property side, because there's so many horror stories on that. But I think the general sense is like, okay, this is great. Like let's figure it out. Let's do it.
Yeah, there's just no shortage of property in a mechanized unit, right?
No, there is not.
Do you go directly into a command, or you go into a holding
No,
pattern?
no, no. So somewhere along the line, we get coached up um, to reach out to a battalion, send the letter of introduction, whatever. Try to make a connection so that somebody's your advocate and like pulls you in. And so I did that, and I didn't know the difference between first, second, and third brigade in first cav. I didn't know. I mean, I appreciated that. Okay, one was or two of them were nominally like armor, and they had like a little bit of infantry in them, and the other one was infantry and had a little bit of armor in it. And so I didn't really know. I was ill informed. So I just picked out a battalion. I want to say, if I remember right, 225 Cav was in Blackjack. Believe that.
We'll have to throw that disclaimer
Throw
there,
this
but
disclaimer. So I do remember it was the infantry battalion that was in Blackjack. I reached out to that battalion XO, called him on the phone. It's like, hey sir, it's like, hey sir, I heard great things about your unit. I hadn't heard bad things about the unit, but I just wanted to get to an infantry battalion as rapidly as possible. It's like, I heard great things about the unit. My name, here's what I've done and whatever. He's like, yeah, send me an ORB. It's like, you got it, the officer record brief that just lists your assignments, your awards, the schools you've attended, any type of qualifications. So I was like, you got it, sir. So I sent him that. I was like, oh man, I had a positive interaction, a positive conversation. Like this is going places. I don't know if Chris did or not, but we report to the G1 at the same time. And now it's like the inverse of me and McCusker. They like looked at Chris, was like, all right, you're gonna head to Grey Wolf. He's like, yep, you got it. And so when Grey Wolf looked at me and like, all right, you're headed upstairs. I was like, oh, is 2-5 upstairs? Like how that work? They're like, no,
lucky me.
You're going to the G3. I was like, can we recount something here? Like, so I got assigned to the G3, which turned out to be a great gig. I worked for uh, Major Dan Kaufman, who I learned so much from, as one of his battle captains. So I spent quite a bit of time in the G3 before getting down to a battalion, but it was for the best in the long run.
Did they have any deployments on the horizon?
Yeah, absolutely did. So I want to say 4ID had gone. 4ID had already left, and so we did have a deployment, or maybe it was like rumor, but we knew that at some point we're going to go.
What year is this now?
This is 2002, 2002, because we definitely deployed for 03, 04. Or no, I'm sorry, 04, 2002 or three,
Okay.
because we were there for all the excitement in 2004.
Yeah.
So it was if it wasn't named, it was obvious that it was going to happen.
Right.
Um,
Okay. And that deployment being Iraq, right?
yeah.
So Iraq, you're up in the G3,
Yep.
doing great things with, was it Major Kaufman?
Yeah.
Major
He
Kaufman.
then got promoted to lieutenant colonel while we were there.
Was he an infantry guy?
No, he was not. He was very proudly an armor officer.
Okay.
And wore the boots and all, but
If you're,
so
hey,
he tolerated myself and one of the other battle captains, Steve Battle, and then Jim Shug was an engineer, and then Teddy Stokes was a Cav guy. So tolerated us.
okay.
But was really a really powerful mentor to us.
That's good. That's good. And then you eventually make it to a battalion before deployment or after deployment? So you deployed as part of the G3?
Yeah. So the G3 training, at the time, the G3 training was responsible for the DTAC, or the Division Tactical Assault Center, whatever it's called, the forward deployed headquarters element for the division. And so for the train up, we would deploy to NTC, did a couple of, so we got some reps in at command and control at NTC while the brigade was doing their business in the box. The division staff got a rep in, monitoring like what was happening, keeping track of them, figuring out how to work at a higher level. So we did a handful of those, and then when we deployed, our DTAC element was first on the ground in Kuwait, and we ran RSOI for the division. So had the brigades come in, get their equipment ready, and then monitor their progress, because at that time it was the drive north. So we knew we were going to the Baghdad was going to be our AOR, area of responsibility, and so we drove into sector. And this is before up armored Humvees. We drove the rolling stock. I want to say that the tanks and the Bradleys were line hauled up. And then I also want to remember that some of the crews were in the vehicle in case something bad happened. They would just break chains and get after it. So I was there. I had the good fortune. Colonel Kaufman and our G3 at the time was then Lieutenant Colonel Paul Funk the third. They had an opportunity for me, and they set me up to be an LNO with Task Force 626. So I was the Cav LNO, Task Force 626. Those were the group of organizations that were trying to prosecute the deck of cards targets, the high value target list. And so I spent the first part of the deployment working with them, and really when they were going to operate in Cav battle space, I would help coordinate with the unit that own the terrain. Like, hey, these people are going to operate in this area. There's going to be this standoff zone, or could we coordinate for a blocking position here or there to facilitate those operations?
Yeah. So 626, that was all like special operations type.
Yeah,
And that's what they were focused on. Like I said, that deck of cards.
they were absolutely laser focused on that deck of cards.
Yeah. To include Saddam Hussein.
To include Saddam Hussein, which
What was he?
yeah,
The Ace of Spades?
he was the Ace of Spades. Yeah,
Ace of Spades.
the time there, he had already been caught during my time there, and the focus was on AMZ, Abu Musab Zarqawi. Yeah,
To be continued on that one.
Yeah, there's some foreshadowing there. But yeah, I spent the first part of the deployment with them, and really it would come back to the things learned. So I learned from Dan Kaufman. He in the G3 training, like, he set up like long range calendars, training opportunities for all the brigades, and so he was in tight with all the brigade XOs and a lot of the battalion XOs, and then watching him operate, and picking up some of his habits. When I was at LNO, because I was with him, quite some time during the train up. Like, I knew and had worked with, even at a smaller scale, the people on the other end of the phone that I was calling. And I'm a referred to as a JV captain. I haven't had command yet, but I knew a handful of those brigade XOs and some of the battalion XOs, and like picking up on some of his mannerisms of how he dealt with them. Like, that was like working with people. You don't really know, but you kind of build a reputation, and I think I benefited a lot from his positive reputation with all of them. To call somebody in their battle space like, hey, we're going to be doing this, or they're going to be doing this, and getting cooperation.
Yeah.
So that was super powerful.
G3, LNO to Task Force 626.
Yeah.
Anything major takeaways from that deployment before you came back to the States? Rotated back?
Well, there are. I want to share one, but then we should talk about making the transition down to 27 Cav, because that happened during that deployment too. So a takeaway from 626, at the time, a Colonel Scotty Miller was running that outfit. I remember one time, I can't remember the exact situation, but like, how do you get buy-in? How do you get somebody that's willing to go the extra mile for you? There was some situation where I was talking to doing the coordination to somebody on the phone. I can't remember what it was. It was an inconsequential recommendation, but he was going one, and he took my my recommendation, like, considered it, and was like, okay, let's do it that way. And it was something small. It was not anything big by any means, but that here's the colonel who's in charge of this very elite outfit, like the best soldiers in the world, is listening to just some kid who hasn't had company command yet. Like, that stuck with me, of like, and I got multiple instances of that, but of like, wow, like, I'm a valued part of the organization. Like, I'm not in his organization. I'm working for the organization, but like, he's willing to listen. And so, from then out, like, okay, this guy's legit in terms of just raw leadership. So I felt that was a pretty powerful takeaway.
It is a powerful takeaway. So something that might seem small on one level is huge on another level, right?
100%.
Like, huge in your mind,
Yeah.
And to make you feel like a valued part of the team.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things where people drop the ball when you get people assigned to you, whether they're slice elements, LNOs, is how do you make them feel like they're a valued member of the team versus an outcast or a redhead stepchild,
Right.
right? I think that's something that you know isn't always instinctive, and it's not always taught either. It's sometimes that's just it falls in that gray area. And you know there's a pretty valuable member of the team out there, and if you don't bring them in, that's a huge miss of my view. And I've been that guy.
Yeah.
You know, you get sliced off to a tank company, or you get sliced off to another unit, and you know it's just like, hey, you guys go pull uh op over here. And you know it's just like you don't really feel like you're part of the team. So that's
Yeah.
awesome
Yeah.
that he was able to do that with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, exactly. It was small on his part, but huge impact for me. I took that away.
Yeah.
But it's at some point, uh, that job had run its course, and uh, it was time to go to a battalion. And Chris was already in 27 Cav. He got released from brigade and went to 27 Cav, and the guy who was the brigade XO, I first met him as Major Jim Rainey, has since been promoted and took command of 27 Cavs. So asked Chris to put in a good word and bring me down, uh, and was able to do that. So I met up with 27 Cav. They just finished the Battle of An-Najaf. So
That's a pretty significant event over there.
it was a very significant event. They just finished the Battle of An-Najaf and were waiting at a Marine fob before getting all the equipment line hauled back up to Taji. And so um, flew down on a helicopter and met up with the battalion, and started work as another battle captain with Chris.
Chris did some good work down there, huh?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Very nice.
That was yeah, they did a lot of good.
So was that a culture shock getting pulled from the G staff down
Yeah.
to a battalion that just got done fighting in the Joff?
Yeah, no, it was like some of my first, like, initial impressions. Some of the first things I noticed, of course, Chris. I met then Major Tim Karcher outside. There's just this tall, slim dude with shaving cream on his head, and he's shaving his head and brushing his teeth with with a bottle of water, and then just rinses his head off. I'm just like, wow, okay. Um, and then the legend that is now General Rainey. So yeah, all positive first impression. But yeah, it felt like coming home to get into an infantry unit.
I feel like I've been robbed. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting General Rainey,
Yeah,
but I've heard so many amazing stories with
yeah,
this officer, leader, warrior,
yeah.
gentleman. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. I tell you, he so General Rainey. I also had the same kind of experience with him that I described with General Miller. So he's a battalion commander, and I remember Dave Gray was the S2. Captain Dave Gray was the S2, and we'd worked out something. And again, I don't think it was consequential, but we worked out something. And so our recommendation was to do whatever, do this one thing. And the commander was like, I disagree with you, but you have to edit this out. Well, he said, I disagree with you, but y'all are some smart fuckers, and I trust you, so we'll do that. And just like, okay, like, wow, we just disagreed with this guy who, and it was after I understood, like here's this guy who just led the task force to completely, decimate Mahdi's militia. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Very, very successful. And he's listening to two captains that, maybe between the two of us, we have like a single coherent thought once a week or whatever, but that he's listened to it. And it was like, oh, okay. Like I disagree, but I have trust in you. And like after that, it's like, boom. All right. Let's go. Whatever you need. I'm going to do the extra mile. I'm
He
going to
had
try.
some leadership capital right
Yeah,
there.
he
Boom.
absolutely did that. And, fast forward many years later, for, for, for something I called him, this is when he was a division commander. I called him up, I sent a note. It's like, hey, I'd like a letter for recommendation of doing this. And he's like, sure, give me a call, this, whatever, to describe what's going on. And so they were in transit somewhere. I don't know what he was doing, but it was always division commander. Got him on the phone, described what was going on. He said, yeah, no worries. Send this to this person, whatever. At the end, I was like, hey, sir, thanks. I appreciate your time. I know it's valuable. And he's like, Pete, the day you don't have time to help somebody out is the day you need to hang up the suit.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you don't have time for people, what are you doing here? And that stuck with me. That stuck with me. Little bit of a digression there. Sorry,
No,
try to
no
stay on
worries.
target.
It's painting a picture of who he is, right?
Yeah.
And what's shaped you.
Yeah.
So you're working for him.
Yep.
They're wrapping things up from the Joff.
Yeah.
You're getting I guess your sea legs within 2-7 now.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling something's coming on the horizon.
Yeah. So the task force redeployed back in the battle space. So they're at Camp Taji on the north side of Baghdad.
Okay.
And they, one of the primary things was MSR Tampa, the main supply artery between Baghdad, Balad, and all points north. So that was part of it, just getting back into the battle space. And then I don't know how true this is, but I'm gonna say it as fact. But I think based on the work that 2-7 Cav did on the Najaf when Fallujah, when it was clear that Fallujah was going to kick up, that 2-7 got the nod again. And so he started planning operations with RCT-1 from 1 Mardiv to retake Fallujah. And that occupied some bandwidth upstairs.
I believe that to be true.
Yeah. So we started. Go and visit. I forget what their FOB name was, but visit their FOB. Start to work with their staff. Figure out what did they need us to do? What could we do? How do we get integrated with what they have going on? And ultimately, the 2-7 Cav led the assault on the eastern side of the river, but the western side of the city, because I believe you were on the western side of the river.
Yes, I was
helping things along.
Yeah. That's but talk about timing though. Like that's pretty cool for you. Excuse me, to get released from the G shops. Come down to 2-7, get there in just enough time to get situated to start ramping up for what's I think predominantly known as Operation Phantom Fury, right?
It is.
And what was your big task? Just working with the Marines and how did you contribute to that part?
So Tim Karcher's S3, then Major Scotty Jackson was the XO, and then on the planning staff, I was one of the planners, and Chris helped with that, and then we were battle captains during the actual fight. So think manning the radio, trying to synchronize assets, get the commanders that were doing the work. The assets they need, and then paint a picture for our commander, so that he could direct the fight. And so initially some planning, uh, then like once first contact is continuing to update the plan, and then stack up resources for folks that they need and monitor.
2-7 did they did a hell of a job there.
I'm partial, but I think so.
Yeah, I uh, the push in. What was the big concerns? Obviously, like what was the major threat that you guys were trying to plan for? What
A dug in, well equipped enemy. So, I mean, so like a little bit of context. And again, my history is a little rusty, so forgive me if I'm out. But uh,
I'll just keep the disclaimer.
yeah, the whole time, it's just here. Um, but there hadn't been American forces in that city for an extended period of time,
Yeah.
and so that's very concerning. And the prime minister had issued a proclamation for any like women, children, non-combatants to exit the city. I remember that the phrasing I can't remember, but I know that edict was issued. And so you have an enemy that's had time to fortify and prepare their positions,
Mhm.
determined. Maybe they think backs up against the wall. They have nothing to lose, and you've got um, Marines, Army, like everybody fighting together. So the like important things are who's where and what, like what kind of obstacles are we going to face? Like we need to amp up situational awareness so that um, we don't wind up hurting ourselves.
Yeah.
Um, and so
Because if it was going to happen, that was the venue. I
that's
mean, what was it? Over 10,000 troops.
right.
Uh,
I don't know, but that I don't
I
know.
want to say it was right around 10,000 troops between the Marines, the Army, um, the Iraqi army,
Iraqi army
the
was in there
special
too.
forces, like to get into that city
Yeah.
in such a confined space. And you and I actually have a pretty uh, it's an occurrence that was tied together with that tow missile that was shot across the river.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
maybe we'll have time to talk about that. Um, so yeah, I mean, fratricide. I also think that they did a brilliant job of setting the stage for us to go in there and actually fight a war the way it needs to be fought. Right? Like, hey, all of that. Um, I don't want to say it was maybe it was the psyops that they were dropping the leaflets, and then, like you said, the prime minister was like, "Hey, if you are an able-bodied person and you're not part of the insurgency, you might want to take a vacation
Yeah.
and leave this area." And I think that really did set all the forces up for success going into there. But I think the other thing is having those controls to prevent that fratricide piece because, like I said, if it was going to happen, that was the place that it was going to happen at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they push in, and did you guys stay stationary, or did you guys start to move with the task force into it?
So the battalion headquarters element stayed stationary on the north side of the train station. So you had, excuse me, train station, and then the city, and then the east-west roads were our phase lines, and then the north-south roads were used direction of attack, and then the lines of communication. But the battalion talk stayed on the north of the train station. And um, I'm gonna put a plug out there. It was assembly area Otter. So as a planner, I got to name things, and at the time, Otter was my dog. So Assembly Area Otter was in honor of her.
Okay. And assembly, I'm sure that'll be in the history book
It
somewhere.
is. So
Now we're
some,
gonna have to get a picture of Otter
yeah,
and put him up here.
yeah, you will.
Uh,
So the so some of it is I don't know if you ever had seen the book of vignettes from like World War One, maybe it was World War Two, infantry battles, but it's called Infantry in Battle. Um, little short vignettes about things like the importance of massing firepower or whatever. Well, so the infantry school updated that for the global war on terror. And one of the lieutenants, I want to say it was either, I want to say it was Dan Kilgore, who was a platoon leader in 27 Cav. He wrote one when he was in the advanced course, and Tim Karcher wrote one of the vignettes as well. And Assembly Area Otter, I can't remember which story is in there, but Assembly Area Otter is mentioned in Infantry in Battle, the GWAT edition.
and now you know.
Now you know that's
That's Paul Harvey. All right. So Operation Phantom Fury happens.
yeah.
Um, did 27 sustain
Did,
some I'd imagine they did. I mean, it's kind of hard to go in that environment and not sustain any casualties. It was, I mean, that was the epitome of like urban combat, door to door, in your face fight.
yeah, the some of the um, and it escapes me, but some of the I know our Apache company suffered some casualties, some killed in action, as did the tank company that was attached to the battalion, the Charlie 38.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a handful.
Yeah, it's the Bradleys and tanks. Did that give you a different perspective of how they operate in the city? Now that you're
Yeah,
at battalion level, like listening,
yeah,
hearing, seeing.
yeah. Yeah, the ability to penetrate with the tanks is like almost unmatched. And this is well before the days of deep buried IEDs or homemade explosives, but their ability to penetrate deep, get the infantry to a strong point position, and then um, the enemy wants to come and attack, but they just get decimated.
Yeah, I think that was a great, like they pushed in deep and it just disrupted all of their defenses, and now they just I remember sitting on the other side, dug in, strong pointed. We were holding down the bridges, the hospital, the peninsula, but the vehicles going in and basically race tracking in neighborhoods because the insurgents would let vehicles pass and then they would just come back, go back up, head south, head north, and just keep, doing those loops and then progressively getting further and further into the city. What was your big takeaway with Phantom Fury?
So I think that was the first time I really saw uh, heavy combined arms in action. So the um, everything from the from Spooky, the AC-130 gunships, to close combat or attack weapons team providing close combat support, to artillery, the mortars, all the way
Didn't
down.
the mortars fire like a record number of mortar rounds
The
into the city? And they were also, from my understanding, the mortars were supporting the Marine Corps too.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty
I
interesting.
mean, yeah, we're definitely lashed up with the Marine Corps in the and uh, the I mean the mortars did the Lord's work during that engagement. But yeah, seeing all of that, seeing all that together. So I mean, you can do a Calfex or a combined arms live fire exercise, or you can do whatever. But to see it in action in that environment. Uh, I was glad all of that's on our side.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. As I sit here and listen to your experience and knowing where we were, just a little over a year later, We're on two different viewpoints, but the same battle, experiencing the same thing. Because
Yeah.
I was in awe. Like I knew history was unfolding
Right.
because, like, you see the Cobra gunships from the Marine Corps, you got the attack helicopters from the Army, you have the aircraft. Like you said, spooky the AC-130s operating, and then the Marines, the Army, like, and it it was so impressive to see everything operating the way it was designed to operate.
Right.
It was, I don't want to say like, we previously we were fighting with our, but we've never really had an opportunity to sit there and unleash
Yeah.
the, the combat effectiveness of the United States
Right.
military, right? It was just like all hands on deck and go.
Yeah. I
It was
mean,
pretty refreshing, actually.
that and uh, like the special forces folks, our Iraqi army partners and their MIT teams, like everything. I feel everything was brought to bear in that
Yeah.
engagement.
I remember, I think on day two, I opened up my hatch from the night prior, button down. I didn't want to get a grenade stuffed in our hatch or whatnot. And I opened it up, and there's tow wire across my turret from a Koba gunship.
Yeah.
Uh, I was like, this is awesome. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. History for sure.
History. Yeah.
What, how was it working with the Marines? Did you have any interaction with them?
Yeah. Well, so the first interaction had so besides the planning, like they were very gracious and plan like very um very hardworking, very gracious, very welcoming to the team. Love Marine brothers, but the one that sticks out to me, the engineer platoon leader that was going to lead the breach, so over the train tracks. Wasn't sure if it was going to be mine, and I'm pretty sure we used a Miklik to clear the
Nice.
lane. Just yeah, everything's coming to the party. But so he's the engineer platoon leader, and we're doing the rehearsals. Because this is a pretty complicated thing, and so doing the rehearsals on the fob, and come over, shake his hand like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And I noticed that he was missing a few fingers from a blasting cap incident. He told me, I'm like, all right, this is our engineer that's going to get us through the wire. Like, hope he learned his lesson. But that team was absolutely fabulous. Uh, yeah, 10 out of 10 working with the Marines.
Yeah.
They're
Same experience. We worked with them in Ramadi, leading up to Fallujah, and then we got snapped in with Third Light Armor Reconnaissance Battalion,
yeah,
and just total rock stars. I mean,
yeah,
we were, yeah, um, one team, one fight for that event, and to their birthday was happening
yeah,
as we're essentially assaulting into the city. But at the end of that,
yeah,
I'm not sure if you guys had the I guess the gifts given,
yeah.
but we came out, I think, Thanksgiving Day,
Mm,
and like that evening, a 7-ton truck pulled up and had cases
yeah,
of Budweiser
yeah,
and some little bottles of rum, and
yeah.
they said, "Hey, you guys were part of the Marine Corps for their birthday, and here's a little gift from the boss."
So absolutely did. We didn't get the rum, but you could choose two, either Budweiser or Bud Lights. And one of my favorite pictures is with Chris, and I want to say Dave Gray. He may or may not have been in the frame, but it's us. And it's washed out picture. The lighting was horrible, but we had our Marine Corps beer, and yeah, it was just like, oh, this is great. Uh,
Probably
yeah.
tastes pretty good, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It most certainly did.
What's funny is I have a picture of me with a beer,
Yeah.
and I was essentially, it looks like I was guarding a case of Budweisers, but we'll have to get that and put it up on the screen
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
But that was good. That was definitely good. I want to say we had already been polled because for Thanksgiving we were back at Taji, um, uh, but getting ready to get back into the battle space for the folks that took it over while we were gone.
yeah. Now you chomping at the bit to be a company commander?
Yeah, yeah. Although it still wouldn't happen for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, of course, everybody on staff had the desire, like, okay, not to take anything away from the current commanders, just
Right.
like because
Yeah.
your job as staff is to make them as successful as possible, but still, like, wow, like I want to get in there and like do the work.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach. Yeah.
Chris shared something with me, like it was getting harder because when we organized as a brigade combat team, that essentially cut the ability from essentially the need for infantry company commanders in half.
Hmm.
What
Yeah.
versus going from a pure a pure battalion with 4 companies of infantry. We went to a 2 and 2,
Yeah.
2 armor, two infantry. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well. But
So,
any other significant battles or operations
well, I'd
after?
be remiss if we didn't mention the Iraqi elections.
Yeah,
Like that was, you people have differing opinions on the origins of the war. People can agree to disagree on that, but I think that you brought a free election
we
to
certainly
that
did.
country. I think that's meaningful. And so, I mean, over the course of that deployment, like there were definitely missteps at high levels. There's definitely missteps at low levels, or whatever. But at the end of it, near the end, that they were able to have an election, like gave a little bit of purpose to more than just me. It's like, okay, this country, they're in a fundamentally different place than when we started.
I appreciate you bringing that up. A fair and free election in Iraq,
Yeah.
right? And there was a lot of there was a lot of effort put into making that happen by the Iraqis and also by the United States. And I was in Ramadi supporting that. And I remember people running around with purple fingers, right?
Yeah.
And at the time, it didn't, I don't know if I really thought of the big picture at that time because you're so worried about your your area, right? Like your 50-meter target and taking care of your guys, and the task at hand is to secure the area. You don't really, like, you understand it's an election, but at the same time, it could have been secure the area for a med cap. It's just that's what you're focused on.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing a picture of an older Iraqi lady,
Yeah.
smiling from ear to ear, and she's holding up her, I believe it was her thumb, and it's purple.
Yeah.
And what the Iraqi people had to go through and risk to go vote, and they did.
Yeah.
I mean, they risked suicide bombers, they risked intimidation, kidnapping, like all of these different things to go vote, and they made it happen. And that was pretty powerful. And it was cool that the Iraqis and the American forces were able to bring that to them. So I certainly appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, was there any significant events during the election process in y'all's area?
No, not that I remember. It was, I think it was one of those like events. The entire day, everybody was like, "It's quiet, too quiet." You know,
Just
you know what I'm saying?
waiting for the noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, like, my recollection is it went surprisingly smoothly. And turned out to be a successful event.
Yeah, and same on our end. I think we had I'm pretty sure it was two KIA, and it was just a random mortar round that got fired onto one of the outposts, or one of the I think it was like Corregidor base, or there was another base right next door to that, and it was just one of those wrong place, wrong time for the soldiers. But overall, like the grand, I think everybody's waiting for the massive explosions, or the big attack or
Yeah.
something that never came to fruition. So that was pretty awesome. Um, okay, so elections happen. What's next? What's next for two
Uh,
seven?
uh, Getting ready to redeploy. Well, I guess like packaging up so you start to think about packaging up the battle space. Like, okay, where do we want the battle space to be for when we do the relief in place with the next unit? When they start showing up for their pre-deployment site surveys, and then the focus is, okay, what can we do to get it to that point? So there's a lot of focus on that, and then the focus on just the logistics of getting up north, down south, equipment, people, the whole of it.
Um,
Yeah.
Transition rip go pretty good.
I believe it did. There was a little bit further north, though. One of my classmates, Jay Harding, lost his life at a checkpoint right around that time when we were transitioning. Uh, that was kind of hard. Uh, I want to say that coincided with them either getting ready to leave battle space or
Mm,
coming in, and so it was just hard. And he was a fellow went to sapper school with. He was a fellow, was at his wedding. He was at Campbell when we were lieutenants. Just had a pretty good relationship with him. Just a great person. Um, lost his life at a checkpoint. But that past that, the redeployment, I want to say was generally uneventful. Um, nothing really stands out to me other than the uh, uh, the sense of like when you get down to Kuwait, it's time to clean all the equipment, and you gotta clean that equipment. Uh, Hard work, still trying to organize a lot of logistics, but the sense of being able to exhale a
yeah.
little bit. Um, so it was hard work, but it was happy work. Getting ready to come home.
Yeah, I would imagine it's like, hey, bring me to the wash rack. Anything's, yeah. I'm not doing Operation Phantom Fury.
Right,
I'm not, clearing the Joff.
right,
Oh, that's one heck of a deployment for 2-7 for sure.
yeah, yeah.
And so was that the first classmate that you were aware of that you've lost?
No,
It wasn't. Okay.
no. There were a couple others. Um, Unfortunately, one took his own life. There were several others that were combat related, um, and like it's tough. Like it's tough to lose that person, but then there's also uh, like you start to consider mortality a little bit differently.
Yeah.
When it's something in the abstract, um, it's an academic exercise, but when it's a soldier in the unit you're in, or it's a person or there's
Right.
some level of connection, then it becomes a little bit different. Uh, yeah.
For sure. I think this is a good time for a break.
Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Operation Phantom Fury's over with. You guys are do a relief in place. You make it back to Kuwait. How does 27 redeploy, and what's next for Pete Chapman?
Um, so I think everybody was thinking about the as soon as you touch ground. So you had I want to say the 10-day reintegration period, and then 30 days of leave. Uh, so everybody's thinking, okay, what am I going to do for 30 days and whatnot? So that's kind of where it was at. I should point out during the deployment, Tiffany graduated from law school. So I unfortunately wasn't able to be there for that, but she graduated from law school and was going to get assigned to I think initially it was Third Corps before she got then later came to First Cav. So we're thinking about vacation, and that's, as you know, the period when you get back. There's the reintegration that starts everything off. Then there's the block leave, and then it's um, pandemonium with like who's actually in the unit, and people getting orders,
Yeah,
PCSing,
yeah.
going to schools, NCOs, getting orders to be a drill sergeant or recruiter,
Yeah, and ETSing too, right? Because
and e-testing.
some
Yes.
people get stop loss, and it's like, okay, after this deployment, you
Yeah.
get to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. And so there was like there's a lot that was going to be happening, but initially everybody just put that on the back burner. It's just like, okay, the reintegration training and then the 30 days leave. I remember we planned, uh, I should back up. I should back up a little bit, give a little credit where credit's due. So when we, when Tiffany was in law school and then I finally showed up, we'd bought a house in Georgetown because that was an easier commute for her to go to school. So Georgetown, you just pop out on 35 and then boom, you're in the city.
Yeah.
It was a long commute for me to get to work. When she graduated, now she was assigned at Fort Hood. It was like, okay, well, super love Georgetown, but let's move up to Harker Heights. And so she did that move all by herself, which is like good, like hats off to you. So I came home. It was a new place. We'd rented a place in Harker Heights, and so that was kind of cool. But after reintegration training, was just thinking of, okay, um, where are we going to go on vacation? And so we'd never been to Colorado, and so we drove to a little place called Pagosa Springs, Colorado, which is quite a drive. But I got to see parts of Texas I'd never seen.
Right.
The flat, very very flat part. So that was what was in the near future, and then it was um, part thinking about preparing for command, and then part just trying to. So I'm still in the S3, trying to see, trying to help along that transition, and all the madness that was going on.
I assume you built a pretty good reputation. You're throwing names out there like Major Karcher,
Yeah,
Major Jackson,
yeah,
names that are very familiar to me. And I think the world of those guys. And
yeah.
for you to get to work around uh, s- some leadership of that caliber, any takeaways from like just one takeaway from one of those leaders, whether it was Colonel Rainey
Mm,
or Coach K or Major
yeah.
Jackson?
I'll say the three of them working together was so impressive. Like um like it was just a good scene, and it was the two majors together. um like there was zero daylight in between them. You know what I'm saying? They had this shared understanding, they had this shared sense of purpose, um and they complemented each other very well. And um in those positions, like if you're doing well as a S3 or XO, um, that's who gets picked up for battalion command.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a sense that I could perceive, and I don't think there was, because they're both just good humans. But my sense was that they were working, like, I'm helping you, you're helping me, because it's for the good of the unit, and so we're collectively trying to elevate the unit, make the companies the best they can be, so
Yeah.
that the battalion functions the best. And that was really powerful to see that cooperation, and then they genuinely, uh, like, loved the unit. Like, you could sense that.
100% for
Um,
sure.
so I felt that was really important, and ultimately they both were very successful. So it was good. That's like good examples to see, and how they worked with
Yeah.
Colonel Rainey. It was very powerful.
So, and then 2-7 went through a reflagging, didn't they?
Yes, we did. So I don't claim to know why we did it. I just know we did do it. But we cased up the 2-7 colors, and they went out to Fort Bliss to stand up the 4th Brigade Combat Team, or as part of the 4th Brigade Combat Team. And this happened. This happened in with the change of command between Colonel Rainey and then Colonel Mogo. So it all kind of happened at the same time. So we walked in to work one morning, 2-7 Cav with one commander, and then finished the day with 112 Cav and a different commander.
Was there any talk about you taking over a company yet?
That's a good question. I think, well, so uh, uh, I guess the other transition that happened at that time, around that time as well, was as you already described, getting to the Combined Arms Battalion, where you have Alpha and Bravo as infantry companies, and then Charlie and Delta as tank companies, and then Echo is the engineer company. So all this was
Oh,
happening simultaneously.
so 2-7 was an infantry pure
That's right.
or battalion?
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
we cut, or the task force cut, I want to say it was Bravo company down to 19 Cav, I believe, and Charlie 38 was the tank company. So we had Alpha and Charlie company, and of that, in the rebranding, Alpha company stayed Alpha company, and then Charlie company 2-7 became Bravo 112.
Got it.
And
Okay.
so Chris Conley changed command with Ed Twaddell. Uh, he went first, and then I was the only infantry captain who hadn't commanded the battalion, so kind of know I'm next.
Right.
And
At
it's
least
just,
you hope, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
come,
Unless
put me in, coach.
somebody swoops in, but then starting to plan transition with Chris Brook, who was the Charlie Company 2-7 Cav
Okay.
commander.
I guess that was a poor assumption on my half, because when we deployed out of Korea in 04, we had already made a combat team. It was yeah, that was the first time I had ever experienced something like that. So I was just assuming everyone was doing that, but poor assumption on my
Yeah,
behalf.
I'll tell you that as when you interviewed Sergeant Major Felt, like, as he was describing all the different task organizations, like, that was the same thing for this rotation, or for the rotation we just completed. I mean, heck, we had a air assault company for when we were in sector, had an air assault company from the 39th BCT out of Arkansas attached to it. Like, it was just, there was cats were living with dogs. It was, I mean,
Yeah.
it was pandemonium all over the place.
Yeah, it happens,
Yeah.
as we know.
So it was a period of pretty big transition as
Yeah.
the OIF2 crew kind of phased out, and then the new crews phased in.
And then you get the word.
Yeah, I get the word.
How did that come down?
I'm not 100% sure. I honestly don't remember. I do know that it's like, okay, we're going to go do inventories, and there was some level of training that was happening. And at some point, I do remember Chris Brook at some point, because I was the AS3, so when uh, companies are planning training, they're planning ideally, pretty far out, and then you have the 6-week lock-in. So when we got to the point where, hey, this is training that's going to happen after I leave, um, you should have a vote in it. And so he's very gracious about that. Of like, okay, this is beyond the date. So what do you want to do?
Okay.
So that was pretty good. Um,
Had
I
the
appreciate that.
company already gone through its major upheaval with people PCS and ETS and new people coming in, platoon leaders, or was it still
It was still happening.
when you were taking command, was it still in the middle of major transition?
Yeah, absolutely was.
Okay.
Absolutely was. I don't, I don't know that that fully got settled until we got on the plane to deploy. I mean, it was that period of time. There was a lot of changes in personnel. Um, not bad. I mean, that's just the way it was.
Yeah, it's kind of that the leveling, right? Like
Yeah,
just prioritizing and just the shifting of people because people get promoted,
yeah,
people get hurt, um, all these different things that come in. Yeah, it's certainly the shifting sands.
yeah.
W- what was your biggest focus, biggest challenge,
Yeah.
uh, doing that initial phase of assuming command of Bravo Company
Bravo,
112?
Bravo 112. So, yeah, because so it was a certainty that we were going to deploy again. It was uncertain about the nature of the deployment, and the transition, like trying to manage the transition. Uh, so kind of three big bins: people, training, and then the equipment. Because it coincided with the redeployment, was the reset of the vehicles, because
Yeah.
they had been used pretty heavily, and so went off to, I want to say depot level maintenance, but I'm not sure at what level. I just know that we gave up the Bradleys for a deeper level maintenance that we could provide at the battalion level, and so that's happening. And then some uncertainty about when they're going to come back, and if what equipment they come back with all the BII or not, all the basic issue items or not. Okay, so while that's happening, we can still do some training, out in the forest, kind of things, but the people are, like they're in transition. I remember one training exercise. All the platoon leaders started to go away, and before the new ones came in, there was one uh, training exercise. Like, you, in my mind, there's no acting. Like, you're not the acting platoon leader. If you're the senior person, you're the platoon leader.
Yeah.
Full stop. I don't care. I don't care what your rank is. And one time, Sergeant Josh Williams was the platoon leader, for third platoon, when we were doing training exercise, and treat him like I would any other platoon leader. Like, hey, here's operations order. Okay, give me back brief, or what were your questions? He rose to the occasion. And which, just the sense of, next man up. Hey, I don't care. I don't care if, like, you're, you know, maybe you went to BNOC, maybe all you have went to is PLDC, whatever. If you're the senior person, you're the leader, and so people stood up. That was, I felt that was important.
Yeah.
And we'll certainly talk about Josh later. So I don't know that you ever had the.
I
I
don't
don't
think
think you
so.
had the good fortune to meet him.
No. All right.
And I guess I should also point out. I should also point out that, so you're doing things different. You're saying goodbye to people. You're constantly onboarding people. You're making new teams. You're trying to maintain equipment or send your equipment out to be maintained. You're trying to train, and the other aspect, the fourth bucket, which you hadn't covered, was taskings. There was no shortage of taskings, and there were some elements of leadership that thought you could do quality training while portions of your formation were being tasked out. I disagree with that at a fundamental level.
Death by tasking. Yeah.
Right.
Because and Sergeant Major Felt talked about it. Travis talked about it. There's this huge pre-deployment checklist.
Right.
And there's only so much you can do.
Right.
And oh, by the way, throw some taskings in there, throw vehicles being at depot level, getting refitted to get issued back. And then the churn of personnel is, meanwhile, it's like we still have to do everything as a leader to get the unit prepared for war, right?
Right.
Yeah, no small task on any level. Your first sergeant, was your first sergeant in place when you came on board?
No, so I had you were the third first sergeant. So Larry Hudnall was the one who was Charlie 27, and so he left before I took over. And I had two others throughout the time. And you think about that, like, okay, it's a big shock to change a company commander, but that happens with some frequency. But it's also a shock to change first sergeants, the senior level leadership. Like that's, first sergeant can steer the ship and is a big contributor to culture. And so with the churn of nearly all the NCOs, I think we had one platoon sergeant that stayed with the unit. Other two platoon sergeants were new, one of whom had never seen a Bradley before. Then, so seeing like it's not just having the person in the position, but having the person with the experience. Because one of the first sergeants had come from a mechanized background, but then he was replaced by somebody that had no mechanized background.
Yeah.
And there is goodness in having a variety, so that you're not this homogenized and you see things differently. But it can be problematic if you only have a small portion of your leadership team that is familiar with the equipment and the style of fighting.
And I think some of that paid dividends later when it came to like the fight on the ground so I applaud absolutely those efforts. It was absolutely good stuff. But and of course we'll jump into that in a bit. You did say that the platoon sergeants, you only had one with mech experience.
That's right. Well, so ultimately that was the truth. That was what happened. So, and that was Sergeant Hamilton. So Hambone was the one because no, Sammy Reynolds had mech experience.
Yeah.
So my apologies. There for a while before Sammy showed up, because Sergeant Siniceros was definitely light.
Yeah.
And yeah, the timing is a little bit fuzzy for me. But yeah, ultimately 2 out of 3. I mean, that's a good balance. Everybody brought a little something different to the.
Did they all go to the Joint Readiness Training Center for you guys with you?
I'd have to really think about that. I know we still had changes. I know we still had changes after that, because some of the, like our hero of the battle left afterwards. That was the fellow I was telling you about, Dave Fobar, who left the company to come to West Point, and now he's a major in the Army.
Okay.
So we still had changes after JRTC, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, the constant churn, and that was my sense was, there was churn all the way up until you guys pretty much deployed. I think, didn't you guys have somebody get into a motorcycle accident just prior to deployment as well?
That was Josh Williams.
Oh, it
That was the
was.
fellow.
Okay.
Yeah. So so I first met Josh. He was in Charlie 27 Cav. And some of the fellas thought it was funny. We looked slightly similar, not like slightly similar, but they thought we looked enough alike. They brought him up to the talker and like, "Hey, go stand by that captain," and then they're take a picture. So Josh Williams was that guy. He had a tasking to do something at the Killeen Municipal Airport. So he took off on his motorcycle. And somebody pulled out in front of him, and he hit the front quarter panel, bent up the A pillar enough that when he went over, took his arm off between his shoulder and his elbow, broke his leg. Fortunately, there was a nurse that was on the scene from Scott and White, so they air medevaced him to Scott and White. And that was a significant event because he was an up and comer. He just finished the E6 board.
Wow.
Was going to be promotable. Was going to be a squad leader. I mean, just to say next man up, like he performed at a pretty high level when he was the platoon leader of third platoon. So he was well liked. Embry, Green, Schaefer, like they Ross, like they were a cohort from Charlie 27 that this stayed.
Okay.
So he was part of that, and so it was sad to see him go. So went up, saw him at Scott and White after he got out of his surgeries. He's super doped up, coming out of recovery, and his mom's on one side, and his stepmom and his dad are on the other side. His sister's there. Just incredibly supportive family. They like just wonderful people. And so I go in there and I'm like, hey Josh, how you doing? Oh, sir. And I took a risk here, and I was like, hey Josh, what did the one-armed fisherman say? He's like, sir, I don't know. I was like, I caught a fish this big. And I remember anyway, his folks are looking at each other, and they look at Josh and they look at me, and then they look at their one-armed son, and they're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like totally lighten the mood. I think I did some work to catch up with the parents, but they're absolutely wonderful folks. And I'll say, when we redeployed, I made a trip up to see him and him and his family. He was going to, I want to say it was Virginia Tech, but he was in an engineering program, met the love of his life. So we sat down and broke bread. Tiffany and I and his family broke bread. And it was good to see him. And I also want to remember at some point, well, that was before the deployment, he came and did a battalion run with us. But he's a good person. But yeah, that took a lot of headspace because there was a lot going on at the time.
Platoon leaders.
Yeah.
You had a pretty stacked deck.
I did. Well,
how did that happen?
Wide variance. Well, so I started off, Dan Kilgore was the XO, and it's kind of funny. He was a brand new platoon leader coming to Apache company. And we showed up at the same time, to Taji, and then boarded the same helicopter to go to 27 Cav down in Al-Najaf. That's where, as we said, that's where we met the battalion. So he goes off to Alpha company as a platoon leader. And then of course I was on staff, as we talked Fast forward a little bit, when he was done with his platoon leader time, he got selected to be the XO for Charlie 27. Or he replaced Heath Carney, and then uh, 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 Bravo 112. And then like the first of the all-star crew was Baron Moffett, who was first platoon leader. Uh, just a phenomenal officer. Super bright, physically fit, uh, able to see and solve problems before they existed. Right, like everything you'd want in a leader. Um, and when Dan left the company to go to the advanced course and ultimately pursue and earn a Green Beret, Barron moved up to be the executive officer. And then we pulled in Dan Ebarb, who's a great American. He was with Third Platoon. Then we had uh, Reuben Littles, he was in Second Platoon for a while. I don't think you met.
Mm-mm.
And then of course got Ryan Bakey, which like nobody really does a by name request for a platoon leader. You know, they're all interchangeable, but Ryan knew Barron and Dan, um, and Barron's like, hey, like, sir, if you can get this guy, like let's try to get him. And so I asked the XO, and then ultimately I think Scotty J was the brigade XO at the time, and he's like, whatever, fine, whatever. And so so we got him, and that was absolutely great, because that was a pretty stacked deck. Um, Reuben Littles, uh, we pulled a tasker for some. It was they needed an officer. I want to say it was like lieutenant or captain, and he was a captain at the time. We needed an officer for some external tasking. I want to say it was like a MIT team or something. Um, hard decision to make, but Ruben got the call for that, and so that left us a vacancy that was ultimately filled by Tom Kalar. Uh,
Okay.
and so that was our deck. And then in the train up, like towards the end of the train up is when started to think about, okay, how are we really going to task organize? And then we were to exchange a platoon with dealer. So we would give up a rifle platoon, and then we would get a tank platoon. And so um, again, tough decision. Identified second platoon was the one that we were going to give up. So gave that to dealer. Then we got Sparky in the
Joe Sparks.
yeah. So Joe Sparks and his team came over with us.
Yeah. When you came into Kuwait,
Mm.
um, what was the mission? And when it comes down to like knowing what area of operation you're going into, and what was the mission there?
Yeah. So when we touched ground and started to get do our RSOI process, um, pretty quickly they grabbed the commanders and we scooted us up to Taji, because we went to the Coin Academy, which had been established at Taji. Um, my recollection, it was a chance to get the commanders and staff together and give a pretty high level overview of Coin and best practices, and really update folks on the doctrine that had been published since as the war evolved, started to publish doctrine, and really to get everybody on the same sheet of music. Um, it was the Coin Academy exposed us to um, like the elements of power, like diplomatic,
Yeah.
military, economic, all that kind of things, and just and try to I think establish with us first principles of how we were going to occupy the battle space, and then it escapes me when we learned that we were going to go to Baqubah, but we did know, okay, there's a unit there we're gonna do a relief in place with, and we're gonna take up the counterinsurgency fight there.
Yeah. Had you ever heard of Baqubah
No,
before?
no, not. Now I had heard of the Diyala province, but not Baqubah specifically. And Diyala province was just an abstraction because that's ultimately where AMZ was killed, and I believe it, you know, the historians can check me on this, but I'm pretty sure he had declared that as the seat of the caliphate that he was trying to establish.
Yeah, and I think like ground zero was Barrett's from that. So necking it down, but the bullseye, and Travis had recalled that earlier as well. So yeah, pretty interesting dynamic, right? Like leaving Fort Hood and not really having a solid mission to focus on because really, having I think the word like brigade, theater
Yeah.
reserve, was getting tossed around. And, I think by the time the wheels landed for you guys, it was, hey, we're going to Diyala.
One of the things Mogo like to say, and is absolutely true, is that the truth has a date, time, group stamp. So what's true one day can be wholesale different the next day.
Oh,
It's sometimes within the same day, right?
yeah.
So yeah, what our reality when we left and the reality that we inherited was wildly different.
Yeah. And you kind of deployed without a first sergeant, right?
We did. Yeah, that was the. I know, so we sent Baron over first as the Advon party. I know he linked up with you. For a while we didn't have one. I want to say Sammy was acting as the first
Yeah.
sergeant.
Yeah. He held it together for sure. Yeah.
Just doing the great work, and hard because he's doing first sergeant and platoon sergeant duties,
Yeah.
which is challenging in the final ramp up to deploy. Very challenging environment. So I know he was relieved to hear like, oh, there is a first sergeant. Like, good, like this is great. I can focus on my day job.
Yeah.
Yeah, meeting you was we're trying to find bags coming off that bus.
Yeah.
And I want to say that night, um, me, you, and Baron spent some time talking about some of the UCMJ actions that we had pending. I think trying to give you a quick one over the world on that. Um,
Yeah. Hey, definitely not ideal.
not
Not
ideal.
an ideal situation. How many days do you think you were on the ground before you went to the Coin Academy?
Um, it couldn't have been more than 3 or 4. Like
Yeah.
it was very, very short. Yeah, it was very short because I don't think that uh, I don't know that we even got into like the fully getting the Bradleys prepared before split.
Yeah, I know myself and Baron did some bonding
Yes, you did. Yeah.
on the ground, and I know you had to go forward to Coin, and then from the Counterinsurgency Academy, all the company commanders with the battalion commander moved forward into Baqubah, right?
Yep, that's right. I think we got the Fob Warhorse before the main body. So
Yeah.
we turned out to be the Advon, and so we met the folks we were replacing, got some briefs from them, got a little bit of atmospherics, and then uh, we're ready to be a unit again for y'all to show up.
Yeah. So the main body lands. How did the rip go with the unit? Because it wasn't a traditional infantry unit we ripped with, was it?
No, well, so it was I'll say it was another heavy battalion, but we, for instance, did the change out with their engineer company, and so part of the relief in place is battle space tied, like, okay, here's the battle space, here's the key players, here's the key terrain, here's the choke points here. But a not insignificant part is here's the equipment. And so um, we got a series of up armored Humvees. Um, we got a lot of demo and whatnot, which turned into some great bonding time with Sapper Bakey later. Um, but things like pack bots and whatnot. So we got engineer equipment.
Yeah.
The battle space, like that wasn't anything unexpected. Other just the sheer size of it was pretty. Like it was a significant amount of battle space.
I remember a lot of demo too. I remember the first sergeant had a Connex,
Yeah,
and he opened it up and it was like the promised land.
it was.
Like all blasting caps, deck cord, time fuse, C4, pack bots. It was just like close it, and that was came in handy later.
It did. It
It
did.
came in handy later, that's for
It
sure.
certainly did.
So the rip with the unit, I remember Mosque Monitor being one of their missions, and I remember they had talked about mosque monitoring, and we did some different right seat, left seat rides. Um, what was your take on the environment itself? Permissive, semi-permissive?
So yeah, the what I remember is getting I remember getting a brief, and then like, hey, here's the environment, and they were operating out of Humvees, so
Yeah.
that told us something straight away. But then we did I want to say the joint mission that we did as part of the transfer of authority was down in the southern portion of Tahrir,
Yeah.
and during that operation, we started to receive mortar fire. And so right away, that was an indicator. That was an indicator of things to come. But as far as I didn't, didn't have a strongly formed opinion one way or the other, because again, we were in Humvees. But the mortar fire on the joint mission, and then before the transfer of authority was complete, that Danny Barb took a sniper shot to the chest at the top of the government center. That told me we were in a different environment. Whatever it was before, it was now going to be something different.
Did that happen before we ripped completely?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. That was because we had to make we had a plan of okay, this was before we had the combat outpost. But we had this idea of, okay, we're going to have one platoon that is in the government center providing security, and then that'll give us two platoons to conduct patrols, or excuse me, yeah, two platoons to conduct patrols in sector. And then when Dan got shot, we had to adjust that and say, okay, we're going to keep them in the government center for extended period until we get a new platoon leader. So yeah, the enemy had a vote from the very start.
Down appeal,
which I want to take I do want to take a pause here, just to mention Dan, and a little bit about West Point. So, part of the mission of West Point, to develop leaders of character for lifetime of service to our nation and our army. When Dan got shot, he was paralyzed from the chest down. So ultimately had to get out of the army. Had just been married, comes home, makes the transition to civilian life, and talking to him later, he took up a job in the oil gas industry, because he's from, I'm going to say it wrong, so apologies, Dan, Nacogdoches, Louisiana. It's like, if you're East Texas and that part of Louisiana, for a bright young man, like you can make a pretty good living and a good life for yourself in the oil gas industry. So we talked with him, and that's where he landed, and then talked with him later. Now all of a sudden he didn't have that job anymore. He was a analyst with the FBI.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, Dan, like what's going on? and what he described for me was he didn't have the sense of purpose. He didn't have the same sense of purpose and camaraderie that he had in the army,
Right.
in his brief time in the army. And so, like the idea of lifetime of service, um, certainly definitely think like things in the army, but you can serve outside the army. I, I,
100%.
I put what you're doing now is is service. Like you're not in the army, but it's definitely a service thing. So thank you to you and Dan for that. I just felt appropriate to mention that about Dan.
Yeah, he's still giving. You know, he's yeah, of course he stepped up and said, "Hey man, I want to be part of this. I want to debrief." And I was like 100%, man. The how long was he in the platoon? How long was he in the company total?
Oh, God bless. It wasn't that long.
Did he I don't think did he go to JRTC with you guys?
I don't think so
Yeah.
because Bakey showed up right before JRTC, and Dan came after Bakey. So I think he didn't even go to JRTC.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was a very short time.
Yeah, very, very, yeah, to be short of PL right out of the gate, um, certainly, um, throws a variable in there.
Yeah. But
What's
again,
next? So patrolling in Humvees, third platoon. You make the call to keep third platoon because I mean that building obviously needed to be fortified. I know third platoon did look like Fort Knox
Yeah.
within a week.
So Sammy to the rescue again. Like he stepped up his game, and like he and the boys like really made that a good defensible position. Um,
Patrols, mosque monitor, was that
There was-
going down? What was happening?
There was so I remember this period as we were trying to implement the coin fight. So there was mosque monitoring. We had engagements with the IP chief that was right next to or right on the same road as the government center. We were engaging with key leaders in Waiter, which is the small town that was in the peninsula in between Warhorse and the government center. I don't know if you remember that. Trying to get an assessment of CERT projects, the Commander's Emergency Relief Program. Like where can we spend money to make an impact? Getting familiarized with the Iraqi army that was on Fob Gabe. So we were doing the things that we thought would be the coin fight. So an indicator of one of the indicators I remember because there's also, I guess, if I take a step back during this time, there was also talk about we were in the middle of a civil war, Iraqi civil war that was unfolding beneath us. And I remember at one point, Colonel Sutherland pulled me aside after we did an operation and was just asked, like, "Hey, why'd you do that?" And what happened was one of the key leaders that we were engaging had described for us, like, "Hey, we think there are there's some arms that are coming in from Iran in this general area," and Bakey executed a cordon search and found what we were told we'd find. IEDs. I don't think EFPs were a thing at that point, but IEDs, certainly some RPGs, but all things that indicated that they were from Iran. So he secured all the munitions and weapons, cleared it out. I think maybe took one or two people into custody. And I think before the AAR was complete, that structure had been attacked, and people in there killed from the opposing side that saw, like, okay, here the Americans thank you for disarming my enemy, and then went in there and attacked them.
That's how I remember it.
And Colonel Sutherland was like, "Hey, like, why did you do that?" I didn't know what he was getting at the time. It was like, oh, sir, we got some intel that there was this, you know what I'm saying? We want trying to make advances in the battle space. Um, Not knowing the full picture of what was happening. So that was another indicator of like, oh, we're we're you know maybe a mistake on our part not knowing the full picture. That was an indicator that we're in a different type of fight.
Yeah, that's for sure. That fight, and I remember third platoon because they were doing patrols around the GC,
Yeah,
and they got into it pretty good.
yeah.
Do you recall that event?
Uh,
Uh,
I don't. I remember the tensions building, and really it was um, a lot of it. I remember was coming from south of the GC in the Trier area,
uh,
but in old Baqubah around the north, there was a sense that there was a lot of tension building, and over the course of time, the key leader engagements started drying up. The willingness to meet started drying up. Um, the increase of small arms fire against the fixed position mortars from time to time, like those things started to ramp up. Um, is
what was the defining moment? Eh, what was your defining moment? Like, hey, Bradley's, Humvees,
mm,
IEDs, small arms fire.
yeah,
Like, I, I, I think everyone has a light switch moment, right? Like,
yeah,
hey, we were in a semi permissive environment to a, hey, this is no longer a permissive environment to
yeah,
be rolling around in Humvees and, like you said, doing key leader engagements and trying to build the 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 community, right? Because I think one of the things was, hey, let's pump some money in, let's start getting some of the services going,
yeah,
and it just totally pivoted away from that to a little bit more kinetic
yeah.
operations.
So um, for me, uh, I'm not sure about the time, but looking back, it definitely recognized it. Um, so as Travis mentioned, he got tasked with securing the Baritz IP station. They got blown up. That was a
Yeah.
CERT project from probably a couple deployments ago that was absolutely razed. And he was tasked, his company was tasked to secure it. And then pretty shortly, that task was passed to Bravo Company. And when we were down there, um, it wasn't really secured. Like we were building the fortifications for it, and the 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 day that stands out in my mind was when Barron was running a log pack. At the time, he had some Humvees and an LMTV, and was doing the log pack. And in the log pack from the Brits IP station to Fob Gabe and back, uh, it was no less than 5 IEDs in that one brief log pack, and that's just drive there. There's some chow on the vehicle, and then drive back, and that that nobody got injured in that. I mean, 5 IEDs in that spirit, and that was like okay. The LMTV was disabled. I want to say we had to, or maybe it can make it back. I'm not sure, but just the sheer volume of IEDs, and it wasn't, but like maybe a couple miles as straight line distance. It wasn't like traveling 50 miles and you get 5 IEDs.
Right.
And it was all in urban terrain, all on um, uh, heavily trafficked roadways. It
Right.
was all on um, roadways that it's not not some deserted road out in the middle of nowhere. This was heavily trafficked
Yeah.
by everybody. And so that kind of made an indicator of, hey, we need a little bit more protection.
Yeah.
We need more and better optics to see what's going on.
Yeah. Cause I mean, losing Dan
Yeah.
from small arms fire, but at, by this time, the scouts had taken a hit too.
That's right. I forgot about Sergeant Haynes, who
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
part of the scouts in 27 Cav, and his platoon leader Jimmy Campbell is a good friend of Mike Irwin's. Jimmy Campbell was a platoon leader, and they were part of the scouts, and he Sergeant Haynes was up, and I want to say there was another person with him, but Sergeant Haynes is the one we had a relationship with.
Yeah, Specialist Mutts. Yeah,
I didn't know him. I didn't know him, but this was pretty soon in the deployment. They'd been, or he found himself in 6-9 Cav, and I want to say it was an IED versus V that is well I remember that lost those 2 soldiers. So yeah, like all of this together, and we're not at the midway point of the deployment. We're at the very start of the deployment, and the conditions changed that rapidly, I feel.
Yeah, and if I recall, the Thunder Run, the log pack with the 5 IEDs, that was going to and from.
Yeah.
They got hit a few times on the way there, and then on the way back on 2 different MSRs, Vanessa, and I think it was Gold that ran north and south. Was it Route Gold that ran north and south? And I think they caught a couple on there too.
Yeah.
So that was I think that was a pretty good indicator. I don't know if that was the defining moment, like, hey, like these home V's versus Brad's.
I mean, also just the where the Brits IP station was located. There was a handful of choke points, like the bridge, like the little bridge that went over the canal was like you had to do that, and so to establish essentially an armored observation post there, and with the right optics to see the threat, like I felt that was important, just because if that bridge had been destroyed, that would have been significant for the people at the outpost, because to get reinforcements, you would have had to go all the way around and then come up from the south, and that would have been very challenging to execute, and that was a significant difference.
You know, the IP station, so everything was wrong about it. You know, it was never really meant to be a combat outpost, you know, an IP station, right? Like, you don't look at it from a defendable perspective, but it was kind of the hand we were dealt, you know, and it certainly, I think, put everyone at a disadvantage. When it came to, like, one of the number one things is don't telegraph your movements. And, you know, it's kind of hard when you have those choke points. How did Travis's guys went out there, initially secured it, and then it was like, hey, Bone, we need you guys to go out there and get this. What were your thoughts? I mean, we had a pretty big area to patrol. I mean, if I recall, we were still running up in Zagania at some point. We had the government center, and then we got the additional, hey, let's go relieve War Dogs so they could go do route clearance. What were your thoughts when that came down to
When when we were told to occupy the Brits IP station, that that sharpened us up from having like all of this to just this. And so the patrols de Zagany was out, and I want to say we passed that to the fellows from the 82nd.
yeah,
That became this essentially the singular focus. Still some patrols in old Baqubah, but not nearly to the extent as we did, because the effort to establish that, and should just uh, like a combat outpost that um, you're starting from scratch, or a combat outpost in a healthy structure is one thing, but there was only um, two rooms, maybe three rooms, that were structurally sound. All had soot on the interior from the fire that consumed everything combustible in the building. The other half of it uh, is a little nerve wracking. I remember there was a fighting position on one of the roofs, but it was in the uncollapsed part, and so
yeah,
that was very nerve wracking. The parking lot had Hiluxes that were torched. The guard towers had been torched. Like it was, so like we feel like we were starting from less than zero, and that
right.
that there was a lot there that had just been destroyed. And so the effort to like, okay, let's get some HESCO barriers down here. Let's get some equipment to
Yeah,
remove all of this so we can start putting our vehicles in here. Um, like so that's a significant lift. And then meanwhile, while you're doing that, like you want to have some patrols in and around the area to know what's, you know, the palm groves that were to the west, or the what's the atmospherics in the town to the south. I don't know that uh, I was ever super comfortable with the progress we made, but at the same time, I don't think we didn't have the capacity to do that.
yeah,
Um, and then as as the occupation of that outpost stepped up, and I think the first thing we did, we were able to get a battle rhythm of um, at the outpost, improving the outpost, maintenance of our vehicles, and then trying to conduct missions. But always the enemy gets a vote, and then that, I think as we were starting to do that, that's when things started to really go south.
yeah. I think it became pretty obvious they didn't want Bravo Company, they being the insurgents.
Yeah,
Americans planting a flag. There was a reason why they blew it up to begin with,
right.
and then the or the U.S. forces going down there and occupying and staying.
So I
It,
I remember being
yeah,
uh, constantly probed with direct and indirect fire.
yeah,
And I remember us trying to improve the situation. And I should remember across the street was the former mayor's house, which was long vacated, and
yeah,
so had that. But that was mostly rubble as well. It wasn't just the IP station; it was the IP station and the mayor's residence that
yeah,
got destroyed. But trying to clear some of the underbrush out from those fields so that we had fields of fire, trying to make controlled access a thing. All that became a significant lift, and I would say credit to uh, leadership for recognizing it, because they stacked assets for us. They
they
stacked
did.
assets. The engineer support, like getting grader down there, the bulldozer, the high X, like getting all those things down there, um,
Eh,
comically giving us unsupervised access to a bobcat was maybe questionable judgment on their part, but they did stack it up like, hey, oh, you're trying to fill HESCOs, because we were filling HESCOs there for a bit with just e-tools, and then and it, like, gave us bobcat, and then when the Hayeks came down, just able to scoop it in there, like then that's when we started getting next level.
Yeah, and they did 100%. Like, what do you need? How do we get it? You know, and getting it pushed down to us. It certainly saved lives.
Yeah. And not just like engineer assets, but at one point we had both the mortars and the scouts attached to us. So we picked up the scout platoon. That's when we started to break into career, but having the mortars and other assets that helped them. Like we had the lightweight counter mortar system,
Yes.
which was beautiful. Which is, for those not in the know, that was a system that could detect incoming mortar rounds and then back project where they came from, and then having that co-located with our mortars made our counterfire operations pretty efficient.
Yeah. If I recall, that came in after December 23rd.
Right.
That was a tough day.
It was.
You know, like you said, we were getting probed for quite a while. And it wasn't nothing to have a couple mortar rounds lobbed in and then some machine gun fire.
Yeah.
That's kind of how December 23rd started.
Yeah. I think, and I want to say that the probing became a little bit more intense on the other side of the road with the mayor's house, is what I remember. And then it just became a fight. I mean, so much so that the tanks now that we had to do some log pack operations to resupply ammunition. And so making the run to Fob Gabe and back. That was a thing. And correct my memory, Bobby, but I want to say it was at the end of the log pack, when they're pulling the tank back up to the IP station, is when a mortar round center of the turret.
Yeah. That's when we experienced our first KIA.
Yeah.
Absolutely heroics though, right? Like they're the cops under major indirect fire. I looked at the logs and I counted everything up, and it was over 70 rounds that were fired in and around throughout the day. Not up to that point, but throughout that day. And you know, the tankers, being who they are, was like, hey, we will back our tanks up to the IP station, and so nobody else has to get exposed. Yeah. And
you know, the that platoon between Joe Sparky and Johnny Malo, there's some good soldiers there. But yeah, I think that I do think that was a watershed moment. I mean, the first killed in action, but that led to other things. So I want to say after that is when we started to really mass combat power at the outpost, and then within a couple of days, I think was when the enemy started to overrun the Iraqi army outpost that was on the south side of town.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, there's like UAV coverage that saw that there was a fight in action, and so okay, like we can go, like we've got the combat power, we can go reinforce them and bring the fight to the enemy. Uh, and like it's an odd place to think like making decisions. I'm thankful that Tim Karcher was there with us at the time to help us through this, because we got lined up. We were uncoiling from the IP station. I want to say Al Breezy Williams was in the lead with Osborne. It was the best point man team we could have. And before we passed the school in Biarritz, um, EOD was already zero balance on explosives to detonate IEDs, because there's like Al Breezy and Osborne were just masters at spotting these IEDs and all the variants, the crush wire, the remote control, like they could
Yeah.
spot them. And it wasn't they it wasn't like they weren't super camouflaged. That's the thing. But that we zero balanced EOD before we got there. And the fight was winding down at that point. Like we weren't fast enough, um, and we never made it down there. We never made it down there, and so that outpost was overrun, just like the IP station was.
Yeah. That's a day that I think, for lack of better terms, haunts me.
Yeah,
Knowing that you have a unit down there, Iraqi army. Um, and here's the thing, like, how many we could have eventually made it down there,
yeah,
but how many vehicles would have we lost?
right.
How many, like right now, uh, it was a lose-lose situation, really. In my assessment of that. And once we got down there, we we didn't have any staying power.
Right.
So that was a tough day.
Oh,
And for some reason, we didn't have air cover that day. It's odd because we had UAV coverage, but we we didn't have the ability, like close air support with Wolfpack or what have you.
yeah.
Um, yeah, that was certainly a tough day.
Which I do want to say, like the support from Wolfpack, unbelievable. Their their contribution to the fight, like they having them on station or hearing them call in with, hey, this is Red Wolf 1-6, 2 by AH-64, 6 by Hellfire. Like when they went through that, request task purpose, um,
Yeah.
that was a good feeling.
Yeah, it certainly leveled. Well, I don't want to say it was good to have them in sector.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
certainly was.
yeah,
The so December is coming to a close. We've lost Barda. We've had several vehicles already destroyed.
yeah,
Humvees, Bradleys, a tank, because that mortar round that came in just rendered that tank inoperable. Um, I know one of my struggles was like just force sustainment, right?
right.
Because we still had the fob tax on people, pulling fob security,
Right.
maintenance, outposts, patrols, because we still owned Baqubah and Tahrir.
Yeah,
How were you balancing all that?
yeah. But that was hard. Also, environmental leave started up.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it was hard. Like we did, um, we did attempt to bring in our Iraqi army partners. So let's get them in the mix. And they did help out, but it became harder to do because also uh, somewhere maybe it was February. The timing escapes me, but we just completely destroyed the mayor's house, which for all the demo that me and Bakey were playing with, it was the Hayeks that won the day, just coming over and hitting it with the scoop, and then it collapsed. Which I think in the logbooks you had.
There was a score.
There was a score, and then we were not on the winning side. But we expanded into the house that was adjacent to the canal and fortified that, and that was that's when we picked up the snipers, and brought Iraqi our IA partners in to try to help with the local patrols in and around that area to kind of give us some breathing space. Mixed degree of success on that.
The snipers.
Yeah.
God bless them, right?
Yeah.
I remember evicting that family out of that house. That was tough.
That was hard.
That was really, really tough. It was the clash, right? Operational needs,
yeah,
mission requirements, force protection, safety. Then you had the humanity aspect of things. Because it wasn't just, it was a father, a mother, children. You know, I remember moving furniture out of that house and consolidating everything into one room.
Yeah.
You know, kids' toys.
Yeah.
You know, which they didn't have a lot of, you know. Just it was heartbreaking, but at the same time it was necessary. And that's just one of those things like you have to do it, but you don't want to do it.
Right. No, that's completely accurate. Trying to like put myself on the other end of that. Somebody came in and was like, "Hey, like I'm sorry," like certainly compensated, but not probably not adequate. Probably, I mean, there's no way to capture the tie you have to your home and where you're raising your family, and so that is absolutely tough. And then knowing that you may one day you may come back, but it's not going to be the same house because like the modifications we made of removing the shrapnel or things that could become shrapnel, the glass, putting in sandbags, adding the thick bulletproof glass, figuring out where we can have the soldiers sleep, like so all that. Pretty difficult. So that expansion happening and partnering with the IA, that was an attempt to kind of give us some time and space to figure things out.
Yeah, it was a tough period.
It was.
100%. At some point in time, did Baron go over to ACO during this period?
He did. I'm trying to think when that did happen. Ultimately, it did happen, but it escapes me when. I'm really fuzzy on that.
Yeah, I just know that Lieutenant Dupe was in charge of the outpost on the 23rd of December. Second Lieutenant Duplicin.
Yeah. Who did
FSO extraordinaire.
He did an absolutely amazing job. He and Casey Nash.
Yeah, 100%.
They did an amazing job of making it happen. So yeah, I'm not sure when Barron moved over and Ryan moved up, and then we picked up Kareem. Um, I have a sense that may have been later, but I
Yeah, it was because I think we picked up PJ first.
we did pick up PJ.
Um, Interesting.
Hey, do you remember how we welcomed PJ?
I absolutely do.
Okay,
I
I was
absolutely do.
I was remembering that with Bait. Where I was trying to remember all the roles. And I think I was the I was the timid clerk. I can't remember who the clerk was. Who looked all of about 12.
Yeah.
Who was supposed to be the first sergeant, and then you playing the commander, the absolute insane company commander, um,
Yeah.
and trying to just get a sense of where he was at. But PJ was a good ad.
He was absolutely. The fight's ramping up.
Yeah,
We're steadily. Would it be an exaggeration to say more often than not, every single day we were taking some sort of, whether it was an IED, small arms fire, indirect, but we were still small kill teams. I think that was
yeah,
the answer that was giving us a little bit of
yeah,
uh, reprieve.
yeah. Yeah, the just the volume of IEDs, but yes, as things were ramping up and sustained contact, um, and becoming more deadly. I can remember Ryan Berg doing his trying to analyze the crater for where the indirect fire came from, and then
Yeah,
subject to small arms fire. And so it was a little bit of increasing complexity for some of it. We're like pairing one form of contact with another.
yeah,
Is what I remember. Um, and that just the in particular on Berg. Uh, I remember talking with Carl Sikowski afterwards, because he was the team leader. It's like, okay, hey, we got indirect fire. We need to know where it's coming from, so we can do some intelligence analysis to try to figure it out. So they go out to investigate the crater, and that's when Ryan got shot. And I know I said the words, but there's no way to truly convey to Carl, like he didn't do anything wrong. Like I think there's a sense for that first level leader, like what did I do wrong that got my soldier killed? And trying to communicate to Carl, like, no man, like you were doing what we need to do to try to eliminate the threat. Like figure out where it's coming from is step
right.
one into eliminating the threat. But in the moment, like you can't, like that doesn't take. And I hope upon reflection, like he gets like it. He did the right thing. He did the right thing, and it's not a blame thing. You know what I'm saying?
I 100% do. Uh, there's several things, right? Is our job is to close with and destroy the enemy, right?
Yeah,
And close with means you have to hunt,
yeah.
and hunters hunt, and that's what he was doing. Um,
There's a lot of those. There's a lot of
it
those.
is
Um,
the the enemy gets a vote.
yeah, let me get some that.
The enemy gets a vote.
They do. They do. Um, and I want to say that started a string of very very intense action that saw a lot of soldiers killed. And I get the order wrong. Um, it was Ryan, um, then Eric Seeger, uh, then Clarence Spencer, and then Leroy Allen and Eric in the same thing. Um, that was a really difficult time. That was a really difficult time. Um, I think the one that uh, was we were saying goodbye to Spence. We were saying goodbye to Spence, and uh, at that memorial ceremony, I asked Duke to sing, um, and he did. It was absolutely beautiful.
It was.
He sang, and then as we were still doing it is when um, Eric Allen and Leroy died in that. I mean, how like mankind can invent so many things, right? Like you can invent a polio vaccine that saved millions of people. You can invent, you know, technology to wirelessly communicate with loved ones around the globe. You can invent the idea of rigging an interior door such that when it's opened, the homemade explosives will collapse the structure on the units on the inside. And it wasn't just them, Alan, Leroy, and Eric. I also put in there Bruce. Count him as a casualty of that. So that was really hard. And on Bruce, the thing I want to remember and just the so Bruce was in the rubble but not killed.
Right.
So he was. This is you know, Bruce Marbley, which I love the guy. But he was banged up pretty good. Him and Sergeant Johnson both banged up pretty good. And so they did their recovery, or they went to LSA Anaconda, and then came back. And I remember thinking, because it was time for Bruce to go on environmental leave, and two bad choices in my mind. Keep him in. Because at that point, Sergeant J and Marbles were up at the CP. Keep them in theater with all the risk that is associated with that, and like, you know, not having a true reprieve from the action. You know, he's working in the talk fine, but still some sort of danger. Or like get him back home where he can like be at home and not worry about, you know, like what's next, like what's going to happen in the next hour or so. And I remember there was a disagreement with some leadership. Ultimately, I came down on the side of wanted to keep him in there, keep him with us. But things being the way they are, he went home, and then it was not a healthy environment. So I want to say he mixed some medication with some booze, and then it was having some mental health issues, and then checked into the hospital for mental health. Ultimately, got the help he needed. But one of the things that I'm a believer in, and I think is true. Why what you're doing is important, is that I think the healing comes from uh, being with the people that were part of it. You know what I'm saying? The shared experience. So like
It
I
is.
think, and you never know the counterfactual. Like there's nothing to say that he would have been, because I mean, you never know. But I think that the uh, recovering and getting through the difficult period with the people who shared it with you,
Yeah.
is important, and that's one of the reasons I think that what you're doing here, besides benefit of telling the story for family and loved ones to understand, and what future leaders can glean from a situation. I think it's important that I mean, it's called Project Healing or Debrief and Healing for reasons. I think that's so important.
Yeah.
Marvelous.
That was a tough day for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Here we are prepping and saying goodbye to Spencer.
Yeah.
And then we find out that, pretty much a whole squad, not pretty much, a whole squad plus some, just got blown up in a house explosion.
Yeah.
And the leadership of that platoon, incredible. Formal and the formal side, PL, platoon sergeant, but also just all the guys, man. Like, yeah.
The I do just a little bit on some of these fellows like that. Sometimes I share like to know who's in the Army, like know who volunteers. At our reunion at the convention center, that Leroy's son enlisted in the Army.
Yeah.
Like knowing that my dad gave the ultimate sacrifice. I'm going to stand up and make the same oath. Like you have that person in your formation. You can't fail that person as a leader.
No.
Can't. Like you have to bring it, because it's not a level of, it's not abstraction of like, oh, maybe we go to war or whatever. Like that's real.
Yeah.
In his life. And so to the families that do that, I mean, to everybody that volunteers to serve, but I think it's worthwhile to press pause every now and again and understand it's not the people who you're leading they're not the same as you, and some come with a lot, and to recognize that and try to be the best you can to be the servant leader that they deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty heavy when he showed up.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful when you lose somebody, and it was at the 10-year reunion, so at least 10, and he was already graduated through basic training, so he had made that call to enlist.
Yep.
Right.
Like he probably was what, 8 or 9.
Yeah. That's pretty powerful for sure.
It is.
So we had lost Barta, Seeger, Spencer. Seeger, absolute tragic. I remember that day as they worked all day trying to recover and clear the evac route, because that the choke point that Bradley had gotten hit with an IED, really, really close to where we were at. Blocked the evac, resupply, our exfil if we had to, and they had worked all day on that, trying to get that Bradley cleared and back, and then they had to go right back out on watch.
Yeah.
That was
So Eric, I shared this with you, but the a more condensed version. You think about personal regrets, and then not just personal regrets, but what can you do to try to make up for that. Never fully atone for, but what can you do to try to change for the better? The last thing I ever said to Eric, we were in the CP and the Brits IP station across the way, and I lost my temper at him. For something that was not his fault at all. It was completely not his fault, but I did lose my temper in the moment. And that was the last interaction I had with him. And then when he was in the Bradley with Eric Wall and Brandon Embry, who's the gunner in the BC at the same time, respectively. And Eric was driving that Bradley. As you kind of feel you feel the motion of the Bradley, and you can kind of sense when it's going in a certain direction. Brandon shared with me that as like the edge of that canal gave way and the Bradley started going into the canal, that the last thing Eric Seeger said was that he was sorry, like apologizing to Brandon and Eric Wall. And then I think about the situation. I think about that situation quite a bit, because it's getting dark. You're underwater. You're very familiar with the Bradley, but you're now in a different orientation. So you're on the side or you're down. Like it's not just the regular orientation that you have. And if I remember correctly, one of the things that prevented his escape was that the battery pack in the chute to the back had the rails had come out. And so even if he had the presence of mind to like be correctly oriented or whatever, he would have been trying to go down a path that was blocked by something he wasn't familiar with. So the last thing he expressed was that he was sorry for having the Bradley get in that situation, and probably the last thoughts he had was just confusion. Dark. The water was cold because it was in the winter, and being alone. I think about that. I think about that quite a bit. And ultimately, when you and in the 88, when Bone Wrench got down there and was able to snatch the vehicle out, and the body made its way to the morgue. He was the only he's the only KIA I visited in the morgue, and I felt like I needed to tell him I was sorry. And so I have a lot of regret on that, and kind of my takeaway, what I share is like, you don't know what's next. Like we could be walking back to the house tonight and get hit by a meteor. We could be crossing the street and somebody loses control of a vehicle and like hits us. Like, you never know. And so if there's uncertainty in what happens next, and ultimately we all will pass, then to me it just makes sense that you would try your very best to leave every conversation or leave every interaction in a positive way. And you may could disagree, like get angry, disagree or whatever, but when you leave that interaction, it should still be with, hey, I respect you as a person. We disagree. We're angry right now, but I want to let you know, like, I wouldn't be passionate about this or whatever if I didn't care for you. Right. So I feel like I missed that with Eric. And so, like, in his memory, I make a deliberate effort to end things on positive way. Even if I'm kind of angry at the time, I do my best.
Yeah. Especially in that environment, right? Yeah. I mean, everybody's trying their best.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all fall short at times, but I do think that it is important to remember that as well, right? Like, hey man, we're all in this together. We are trying the best that we can,
Yeah.
And yeah, you're not going to knock the ball out of the park every single day, especially when the enemy's got a say in,
Yeah.
what's happening. And that's going to be a common theme throughout this debrief and everybody else's debrief is, you can do everything right.
Yeah.
Um, it's war has a ton of variables
Right.
for sure. Um, yeah, the scouts coming to us. Um, that was a pretty big, like you said, the chain of command did an amazing job. Uh, when the Bird's IP station got pounded with, I don't know, 70 plus indirect rounds, there we had no ability to put pressure on them, and they were able to get comfortable with shooting and
Yeah.
adjusting and bracketing. Battalion brought out that counter mortar system.
Yeah.
Who was the FSO at the time?
Adam Jacobs, is that who you're reaching for?
Yeah,
Yeah. 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 Adam Jacobs.
yeah, absolute. I remember him like putting it like they had to get up on a high ground
Yeah.
to put that dish up there.
Yeah.
And if there was one place in Iraq that
Right.
I did not want to go to the high ground on,
Right.
was the Brits IP station at that time.
Yeah. 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 Adam Jacobs, just absolute great American. And we had a history. So before he was the battalion FSO, he was the FSO for Bone Crusher. And when we were doing some of the train up, when Dan Kilgore, um, when his son Noah was born, he left the training area, and Adam stepped up and was doing both XO and FSO duty at the same
Nice.
time. Just a remarkable human being. Like his ability to process information from multiple sources and keep track of and have situational awareness of the battlefield, unmatched.
Yeah.
Unmatched.
Yeah, he certainly earned my respect. Just by simply doing that, and he just continued to be like that guy that is showing up every day,
Yep. Yeah.
whether it was out there or back. It was always good to hear his voice on the other end of the mic. If you recall back to
Yeah.
the Charger talk or Charger main.
Yeah.
Um, so we did get that Iraqi unit over there into the mayor's house.
Mm.
Uh, do you recall before? Because those cats came from like Kurdistan, like
Mm.
the where the Kurds were, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. But I tell this story quite often, and I think 10% truth has to be is like the rule. But I swear I remember us having a conversation because we were pushing pretty hard to get somebody out there just because we were feeling the pressure, between maintenance, being landowners, patrolling,
Yeah.
uh, and there was like word that we were going to get a local Iraqi unit. And I think I remember you coming up and you're like, hey, Top, uh, that Iraqi unit we were supposed to get, yeah, they're not coming. They had a mutiny. It's just like, oh, okay.
There was now that I think that was the local guys, the Peshmerga. I think those are the ones that operated in Kurdistan. Those were I want to remember those were some of Coach K's like because they put in the work. They were well led, well trained. I think it was the local one, but yes, there was. Now I do want to come back to a point about the Iraqi army, and part of it is our fault. I think I take some responsibility for some of that. Is we after the houseborn IED, when we were doing some clearing operations in Tahrir, we had some elements in the company that wouldn't put soldiers in houses unless the Iraqi army cleared the house first. And the this leader made no secret about why,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and the Iraqi army folks could see that, and so like we contributed to that we were somehow better than them. Like how they perceived it, I'm not really sure, but I do remember they when they kind of understood what that leader was doing, they walked off the objective and just walked back to the fob. It's like I think we contributed to some of that to some degree. Like we're not blameless, I think, and we could have been better partners in some of that.
You know, the house-borne IEDs was becoming a pretty typical tactic.
Yeah.
So the Peshmerga, that's who we wound up having
I
assigned
believe
to
that
us,
to be true.
because
It's a
they
little
were
fuzzy.
badasses for sure.
Yeah, I want to say that they did for some things. We definitely partnered with them, but there was definitely a transition period there. My memory is a little fuzzy as we begin to have more birthdays.
Yeah. You know, we talk a lot about Coach K.
Yeah.
He'd show up every now and again.
He did. The like some of the memories I have of him. We were doing an operation with the IA, and because he was the MIT team lead at the time, and he was trying to coordinate with tanks, and it was one of Melo's fellows. Couldn't get him on the radio, so like crawled up onto the turret and was like beating on the hatch, like, "Hey, here I am." And for the tanker, and this is like the tank isn't just like on the range. The tank is in contact, right? Like so like scanning for targets, looking for things, but he needed to effect a link up to direct fire, and so he was going to put himself out there and do that. And they were like, "Get off my tank!" But but he did that. And I also remember when when he got injured, I can't remember which shoulder, but he had like a baseball sized chunk of his shoulder got blown out. Went home to recover.
Blown out you mean by getting shot?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like blown, yes, by direct contact with the enemy. Went home to rehab. And you know, we had some folks that left for a variety of reasons and then never came back. But when he rehabbed, that guy came back. I'm saying like that he could, and nobody would have thought a second thought about if he was like, "Hey, you know, I'm going to sit the rest of this out." But he rehabbed, then he came back.
Inspirational to the 10th degree, right? Like you said, he had a perfect excuse. Nobody would have ever questioned that.
Nobody would ever question it. And so like you think time to time, like, hey, how do I show love? How do I show commitment? How do I show that I care? It's not like you have a battalion formation. You're like, all right, boys, bring it in for the next 5 minutes. I'm going to care about you. Like it doesn't work that way. It way Bakey says it sometimes, like, does the audio match the visual? You know, you getting injured, like a good chunk of your shoulder gone, go home, convalesce, then come right back. And then you know, he'll tell the rest of his story, but just an amazing human.
He is, and I really can't wait to have him on board too. So what's the environment like right now? So we've been in the Brits IP station for quite a while. We've expanded our footprint at the IP station to include evicting a family from their house, and I
Yep.
know that was something neither one of us took lightly, but it was a mission requirement.
Yep.
You know, it impacted, you know, the mission and the safety of the guys, right?
I remember the inflection point, and it was when Generals Keane and McMaster visited the IP station. Um, when so I don't know who tasked them, but General Keane and General McMaster obviously were on a mission to like better understand and to be able to explain to the command to General Petraeus, be able to explain to the ultimate commander in MNCI what was going on. And those gentlemen came out to the combat outpost, talked with them for a little bit, and grasped instantly what was happening. And I think were it not for them, and not just us and specifically, because I think they visited Apache. I think like they saw the battle space in its entirety. But I think that them being there and seeing the conditions on the ground led to 520 coming over. I believe that like, hey, they need help in terms of some soldiers to get after things.
How long was it? What was the flash to bang?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Them showing up at the outpost to even the rumor of 520 coming in,
Yeah.
and or the troops, the extension being announced.
We were already, I want to say we were already extended because I I roughly placed January as the time frame when folks were talking about the surge. And so like I think we already knew at that point. Yeah, I think we knew. Uh, but I don't recall the time between them visiting and then and making a recommendation and then the troops showing up, because 520 was also, I mean, they were journeymen of Iraq at the time, you know,
They were.
going to different places, so it couldn't have been instant because they had to have wrapped up wherever they were at currently.
What were your thoughts with the 15-month deployment?
Um, so that's kind of complicated. I mean, ultimately, the idea, the so I think everybody had a general recognition of where we were at in terms of having troops available to have conflict in both Iraq and Afghanistan. I think like there was a recognition of that. Say because you had field artillery units tasked as landowners conducting patrols. You had units from the CTCs out there. You know, when you start to do that, then you're like, okay, look, we're really hurting. And so if getting somebody a few extra months at home, or like to give them a little bit more runway to train, if you know, in order to do that, we've got to be extended a little bit. That's fine. Because the if you've already had the startup cost of understanding the terrain, understanding the landscape, you know, like that, then I think you can do a little bit longer. Is it hard emotionally? Absolutely, absolutely. So if that's what the decision makers thought, then it was necessary. Or if that bought the troops for the surge, then 100%. Like I don't know how successful we would have been if we didn't have the troop surge in 520. Like I think it would have been a completely different scenario.
The fighters that we were dealing with up there, like a lot of people don't, I don't know if they can truly comprehend, because we're the United States Army, man.
Yeah.
We're like the baddest dudes on the block, or we should be.
Yeah.
and there's just certain places that um, we had to focus on, and there were other places where it was just like, hey man,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to put that on loan to Al Qaeda. We'll be back for it.
Yeah.
But right now, we don't have that capability. Um, but the troop surge, the I think when I dissected that and said, hey, what am I going to draw my personal motivation for a 15-month deployment? Um, what am I going to say to the leaders and the families, right? Like
Right.
the families. I think that was a tough one, man, because like they're reading the newspapers back home. Baqubah uh, was all over it, right? And you know, and I think the soldiers totally could see the picture, right? Like, hey man, if I give a little extra
Yeah.
and they give a little extra, we're going to be able to do, like you said, like we weren't having the successes like we would like, right? To just be able to come in and clear out a city, but having 520 and others
Yeah.
come up into sector gave us an ability to take care of the business and do that. So I think we saw it from a strategic perspective, but from a personal
Yeah.
family perspective, it took a little bit more. I don't want to say convincing, but I think
Yeah.
just it was more of a deliberate conversation to try to communicate that. I don't
Yeah.
know. Did yeah, that was tough.
Was.
What when 520 was coming up into the area, did you already know? Did we do some prep work? Because I and I I'm a little cloudy on this, but I thought that we had um, branched out and identified, because I remember sitting with you over at I want to say it was the Brits IP station, I thought,
Mm.
and we were looking at the train and career
Yeah.
to and looking at prospective cops.
Yeah.
And one of our jobs as a company was to go and secure some real estate for when a troop surge came in.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at a spot, and I pointed out it on the map, and you said, no, first aren't. They said in this city. I
Yeah.
was like almost center mass. Like if you looked between Tahrir and Baqubah,
Yeah.
um, yeah. And then, you can't pick when you go on leave for the most part.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I had to, fortunately, I did go back on leave and rekindle, stoke the home fires. But when I came back, there's 520 in sector,
Yeah.
large and in charge,
Yeah.
kind of, sorta. So what happened through that? I've been dying to have this portion of the
Yeah.
conversation because it's a little bit of a
Fuzzy.
blank.
So you're right. The when 520 came in, and I don't know how early it was, but we did get the direction to establish a combat outpost in Tahrir.
Yeah.
That was a directive that we were going to do. And so started the reconnaissance for that, identify, and important to me for that was that we flipped the script of all the bad things from the IP station, made it a good thing. So relatively easy to get to, super defendable, multiple ways in, multiple ways out, a structure that had structure. It was and it was already expanded to the size that we could grow into with the Iraqi army and anybody else that was snapped on. And so Adam Jacobs helped with the reconnaissance with different UAVs and different imagery. So we had a couple of lists of places. And when 520 came, they brought with them a fair amount of energy and zeal, and started right away, get in sector. Had some setbacks, but started off in sector. And I feel like, we like, I don't know, I don't know what was happening above us, but I feel like we made a pretty good connection with our peers. We were working with Bronco Troop 114, I believe.
Yeah.
And then their ACO, which
Attack
company. So we were working with them, and I feel, I mean, of course there's going to be friction at some point, but when the fighting started, we saw each other's benefits. A very, very vivid memory I shared with you earlier of they had some dismounted elements pinned down. They were getting fire. They knew the general direction, but weren't quite sure, and they needed some relief. And old Sergeant Sisson helped them out with that 25. And I think after that, and neutralized the threat. And I think after that they were appreciative of how we could get firepower in to support them. And I was appreciative because when they hit the objective, and they dropped the ramps of the strikers, like it was, I mean, they had full size squads, and which is not something we had. And so when they showed up with full size squads, and they can put, rifle squads on the objective, which General Rainey, he did a podcast with the Modern War Institute here, and one of the things he said, which I think is great, is like everybody in the Army ultimately is your job is to put a rifle squad in a position of advantage over the enemy. And with us working together, they, like, them having the squads, us having the firepower and the ability to help get them there. I think that was a powerful combination. So kind of the forming part of the relationship was there, and it was helped that both Apache and us were attached to 520. So, we fell in, and they welcomed us with open arms. Like, okay, hey, if they were going to talk to commanders, then Chris and I were in the room. If they were going to, do what we were in the room, and so they brought us in as part of the family. So when we it came down, like, okay, you're going to pass off, it's kind of do the 1-2. And I can't remember if we established the Trier outpost first or if it was in conjunction with the passing over. But in the end, we passed the Brits IP station off to Bronco Troop, and then we established the Brits IP, or excuse me, the combat outpost in Trier. And that was like the other one, that was just an adventure. That was an adventure, which we chose a school. It had plenty of rooms. It had great observation, fields of fire. We were linked in with the government center, so we could relieve the pressure on the government center, which was still getting, direct and indirect fire from Trier. So we were able to relieve that pressure. But establishing that was not without its challenges. Pretty vivid memory of PJ. So we took over the school as we were building it up. Had our vehicles parked, established security, and really started to fortify. The same drill was, okay, sandbags, bulletproof glass, take the shrapnel risk out, establish our pace plan for comms. Identify HLZ that we could use for evac, all the standard things that we were doing, prepare that. And PJ was responsible for securing the perimeter. he's like, "Hey, we got some kids out here protesting that we took their school because we took their school, and some kids protesting. It's like PJ, like, well, help them out, like figure out something." So he went over and gave them all Pop-Tarts, and they were like, "We want our school," and then they were like, "We love Pop-Tarts." So then they were they weren't protesting, they were celebrating. They like Pop-Tarts, but it wasn't the kids that came up with that idea. There were some adults, and so the adults brought the kids back, and then promptly began the mortar fire. And so they start off with the soft, and they're like, "Yeah, the soft power didn't work. Like let's bring the mortar." And so that was a thing. But what that outpost allowed us to do with now the IA and 520 is to have like bona fide clearing option or operations that was more than we go out in the morning, clear something, and then come back at night. That was something that we tried to do. We tried to do in Barrett's of say, okay, we're gonna have one platoon that's back. We'll have two platoons clear, and then as they kind of culminate, then we bring in the fresh platoon and then start to work a refit so we can do more than 24-hour ops. Like it needs to be sustained in order to be effective. Yeah. And what that combat power with 520 did is they could do that. And then so I felt that did start to change the momentum of the fight. And they were doing great. I mean, they cleared in the old Baqubah, they cleared on the west side, they cleared in Tahrir. Like there was just clearing operation after clearing operations is what I remember.
Where was all the enemy coming from?
That's a good question. I unencumbered by facts, right? Like unencumbered by facts.
The disclaimer
again. Yeah, disclaimer. Like I'm telling you, that's going to be burnt into the screen. But I think part of it, I do think part of it is a situation of like, okay, here's some people that will fight. We want to go fight them, and that not like what you were saying about, okay, you blew up the IP station for a reason, and the Americans are going to come and they're going to occupy that terrain. Like that draws people. Like maybe there were foreign fighters, maybe there were people from other parts of Iraq, but I feel like they like across, like everybody was looking for the fight, and they found it.
They found it in Barrett's, right? As I've been doing these debriefs, I asked that question.
Yeah.
And my own personal thoughts of that was, they were doing some operations already, surge ops in Ramadi. They were doing some surge ops in Baghdad. And I do think that, they were fighting down there, but at the same time, I think that their fallback plan was to come up through the Diyala River Valley.
Yeah.
And so that's one theory, which I think is credible to an extent.
Yeah.
And to kind of unpack what you were saying a little bit more, our brigade really only had the way our brigade was set out in that area, in the terrain that we had to maintain. Sergeant Major Felt said that, Colonel Southern said that, the Diyala River Valley in our area was about the size of Maryland.
Yeah.
Wow. And what's that?
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah. And the way we were dispersed throughout, here's the thing. If we as Americans are in a battle and we start experiencing success, we try to exploit that. We call in reinforcements. We try to capitalize on our enemy's weakness. And as I've been doing these debriefs, and I forget who said that, it might have been Chris, but it was like, hey man, they saw how thin we were in old Baqubah and new Baqubah, and they reinforced success. And they were trying to exploit that. And, where they came from, it might have been a hodgepodge of everything, foreign fighters, because, I mean, it was a melting pot, right? Shia, Sunni, local fighters.
I will say just a note for things that were going on under the surface. It was around this time that and why I think some of them came from outside the area around this time, and maybe a little bit before, but when we first started seeing the extrajudicial killings and the torture rooms and the like families killed, murdered, like that's a hard thing to do to a neighbor. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if you're coming in, then I mean, somebody who's doing that, maybe not the most moral group of folks to begin with. So we did see that, like, there was a rise in that, and some of the very graphic scenes that were discovered is pretty intense and gives you a window into the enemy at the time.
I appreciate you bringing that up because, that's 100%. There was actually a change in. It felt like there was a change in not just like the intimidation part, but also their tactics.
Yeah.
I think we were. Well, I mean, we were killing people, and I think. Well, I know that there are people wearing camouflage patterns, right? And for the longest time, it was the sweatpants and sweat jackets, and they just kind of blended in with the regular. But then there was more of like a foreign fighter flavor to some of the people that we were experiencing on the battlefield.
Yeah. Is also also like the change of this also is the rise of the deep buried IEDs. The explosively formed penetrators started to become popular. The homemade explosives were always seem to be popular, but the proliferation of devices, I think, in the like the enemy keeps adapting, right? The same way like we would keep adapting, they kept adapting.
Yeah. 520 comes in the sector. We're partnered with them. I'm pretty sure the scouts and the mortars came to us while you were still in command.
Wait, yes. Well, our mortars and scouts, yes. The scouts went back to battalion, but then I do want to say we picked up somebody from 520.
Okay.
I can't remember, but it was. I think there's something temporary because the last large operation I remember before I changed out with Mark was the clearing operation in Old Baqubah.
As a leader getting cross attached to another battalion in the middle of that type of fight, what was with their chain of command? What was some of the things that made it a success? Because if from my perspective, it was an absolute success. Like you said, they and I might be answering this, but they brought us in and kind of made us feel like we were part of them.
Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Stantona, Major, I forget his first name, but Van Ness.
It might have been
Van
Van Tross.
Ness.
Yeah.
I remember which was the S3 at the time. Uh, the senior leaders in that battalion just like, hey, you're on the team, like let's go. Um, there wasn't I didn't feel like there was time for the 6 month getting to know you period.
Right.
It was like, hey, we got work to do.
Yeah.
Like let's get after it. And so I think um, just their nature and their when they came in um, ready to do the work, I think that was
It was
all I needed.
time to get busy.
Yeah.
Air integration. How did that evolve over
Mm.
time? Because
Mm.
I would like to say that we cracked the code on the air ground
No, it
combat
was a thing. It was a
integration.
thing of beauty. Well, I mean, by necessity, right? Like the wolf pack, like that team. I remember when we first showed up, and the commander escapes me, but I remember he was in the briefing, or he was in some of the briefings when we first showed up. Uh, that wasn't, they were on a different fob, whatever, but they, um, the, uh, the vast majority of them I only met on the radio, but somehow got the sense that that like they were an integral part of the team, and they were there to help. Um, I mean, everything from, I mean, the optics on those longbows were intense, but anything from, helping spot threats during a ground movement to identifying sources of fire and prosecuting targets. Had no qualms about getting in there and mixing it up. And the not relief isn't the right word, because you never felt relieved, but the feeling you got to having them on the radio, or knowing that uh, if they went Winchester on munitions, that they were going to find, they were still going to help, they were going to get people out there to help you, which we did. We zero balanced them on Hellfires a number of times, uh, but that was I mean, it was temporary. They shortened to the best of their ability, they shortened the time to get people out and
Right.
getting the help. um, yeah, truly remarkable. And I'll point out there was on a couple of occasions, again, credit to Adam Jacobs, because I think he stacked us up with fixed wing support. We had, in one of the operations down, we were taking fire from the graveyard. Uh, uh, we had A-10 support, which kind of blunted the enemy's enthusiasm to continue to attack us.
That's a nice way to put it, sir. Nice way to put it.
Yeah.
What about collateral damage? Was that a thing? I
It
mean,
absolutely was.
operating in Barrett's and Tahrir.
It absolutely was. As we were talking about, like, you need to know what's on the other end of your target. And there was a handful of times, and I think this is something that folks struggle with from time to time. Is like what becomes normal. I think it's important to come back every now and again, because some of the situations was not normal. And I described for you a situation. There's one instance where tank platoon took out a target, but put a target down, but destroyed part of somebody's house, and red platoon was going to do the battle damage assessment, see, like, identify the target, yes, check targets destroyed. But then there was a family with a whole section of their house just destroyed, like a giant, I mean, literally a giant hole in their house, and they're just cooking dinner. They're cooking dinner, getting ready, going about their life. Is that had become normal, and for those folks, for those families that were caught up in that, like it's heartbreaking that that you know, you help define a new normal. So like for the kid who's 7, 8, 9, that's coming of age at that time, like
Yeah.
what do you grow up as an adult to think? And so I am glad that the awakening happened and turned the tide, but there was an awful lot of collateral damage. I mean, some of it, um, some things, you know, we did deliberately, like secure the house to
Yeah, I had
expand
to.
into the school to, you know, we had to do those things. But for the damage, you know, deep buried IED blows up like that. Okay, that's not our fault, but that's damaging infrastructure. The number of homes destroyed.
I
Just mind boggling.
I'm glad you met. Like, I remember a deep bird going off, and it just blew the face of a house off too.
Yeah,
Like, it went off in the street and crumbled the front of a house.
yeah,
Like, that's how big these things were.
yeah,
Um, you know, them packing houses full of HME.
yep,
Um, this you know, after you had done your change of command, one of our TTPs towards the end, because several other units had lost multiple soldiers with these houseborne IEDs, and anything that was even suspect, we were dropping JDAMs on them. That was the process, because there was you know, you would do call outs and you would
mhm,
try to clear the area, and sit there and say, you know what, it's not worth, because the enemy evolves,
yeah,
evolves, right? And you sending people into a building as suspect with,
yeah.
you know, a houseborne IED, that's a lose-lose situation.
I remember an operation. I want to say it was in Wader, where that scenario had played out, exactly as you described. The enemy was in a house. Then we approached it by uh, driving over the stone wall, and then notice what was going on, and got the sense that that was it was like it was a baiting, and so backed up and then called in that support, and then completely destroyed it. I'll say like the difference. Uh, like say if the enemy's doing that, and I think during the awakening this came out for the general population, that if an enemy, again, I don't think they were local, but if an enemy comes into a structure and rigs it with homemade explosives, or is fighting from it, and we wind up destroying it, that's not a comment on us not respecting the local
Right.
populations. It's a comment on what the enemy's tactics are. And I think, like,
Byproduct.
it's a complete byproduct of the enemy tactic. So I think when the awakening did happen, that was part of it, like the collective, um, the collective rejection of that as a new normal. Like,
Yeah.
hey, like that, like, because essentially that's what it was. Is like, hey, we want different. We don't want more. And so in an odd way, they kind of, like, they brought the awakening by some of the tactics they were using. I think I
I
don't know.
I 100% agree. And well, of course, I think the troop surge I think they started hedging their bets too,
Hmm.
right? So I think it was you know, a combination of a few things, but them understanding that they didn't want um, radical Islam,
Hmm.
what they were doing was one. And I think they sensed that the troop surge, and perhaps because I know that there were some successes realized in Ramadi, there was some successes realized in Baghdad area. So maybe some of those words came up too, and it's like, hey man, and they seem like, hey, the Americans are, um, they're not going anywhere, and they're in our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
The clear hold build process, we at least had maybe a little bit of the clear going down,
Right.
a little bit of the build. Yeah, the when did you start getting word that you're gonna do a change of command?
Um, maybe in March, maybe like a month out. Like Mark was in the area already, and then I think they just put a date on the wall. It was sometime in April. Um, so maybe a month out, I think was when um, time kind of blended together a
Yeah.
little bit. But enough time for him to uh, do as much of an inventory as one could in the circumstances, and to start to meet the leadership and become integrated himself.
Yeah. Mixed emotions.
Oh, of course, of course. Uh, the so uh, not seeing the completion of the deployment with the unit like that's hard. Um, I think it's for the better, right? They get somebody with some fresh ideas to come in, and I love Mark. He's a great leader.
Yeah.
So it wasn't uh, like it wasn't a personal thing. It's just like, you know, perhaps selfishly wanted to see it through in some measure of um, feeling like I'm abdicating responsibility, because I left and went and worked, came full circle and went back to the G3, which is down in Baghdad at um, I forget what the fob
Yeah.
victory, or I can't remember what the fob is, but went back down there. So completely uh, downshifted in terms of like what was going on, and so some sense of guilt for not being part of it, and still, being with the fellows mixing it up.
Yeah, that's got to be tough, and the tide was starting to
Right.
turn, right? Like,
Right.
we were really starting to have some many successes. Yeah, and I think there was like I said, Mark, absolute awesome dude. I did have the benefit of working with him in the Brigade S3, and him and I had developed a relationship because we both flew out together on the Advon
Hmm.
to start building all the ranges and designing all the training that we never really got to do in Kuwait. So there's a little bit of you know you you build a relationship with the team, and then the team, there's some apprehension when the new boss is coming in too, right? Like,
Yeah.
hey, we're in a pretty, tense spot right now. Like, why
Yeah.
are we changing quarterbacks? And um so that at least gave me an ability to sit there and say, hey man, I know the dude.
Yeah.
He's he's squared away. He's coming in, and Pete's gonna take care of him. What was your main focus when you're doing the relief in place with, or the transition with him,
Yeah.
with the strategic picture?
Yeah. So full support with whatever he needed, and I mean, from his position in brigade, like he knew the big picture. I mean,
Yeah.
he probably better than us in terms of like what was outside of the world of Baqubah, right? Like I think our focus was very narrow, and like what's in my face right now that I have to deal with. So I think um, he undoubtedly had a better view of the overall situation,
Yeah.
and so really the focus is um, getting him on board with the personalities, the platoon leader, XO, that kind of thing. He's already good with you, and then just full support with whatever he needed to make sure that day one after the guidon makes the circle and it comes back to you that he's ready to go. Um,
I have some great pictures of that day, by the
yeah.
way. Some great pictures.
Hmm.
What was his concerns coming in? Um,
Um, so I never did ask him that, but I mean, I can speculate that you look at, um, uh, hey, this unit has been through a lot of very intense and trying times, and it has formed these very deep and personal relationships. How can I be integrated into that? Not necessarily replace, but um, not replace like wholesale. It's hard for me to articulate this. Um, but be a different leader. Be the leader that can be different and not uh, um, replace in a relationship, if that makes sense.
it does. Those super trying times. I know I had hit a wall at one point. Mm, I think a lot of people hit a wall. You have to have people to talk to.
Yeah.
I know you were certainly one of the ones that I could, that relationship, first sergeant, commander, critical. Um, who else did you lean on?
Chris, absolutely. Uh, Baron and Bakey, Ryan, and not uh, directly necessarily, but to a degree, the other commanders. Clay Combs was a big element of support. Like I felt like that batch of commanders we did, Paul Carlock, Alex Babington, Travis Tillman. Like there was so much mutual support there
Yeah.
that was meaningful. And every now and again, Mo would have. There's a great picture I have of Mo had something or whatever, and so there's all of us on the front slope of a Bradley or a tank. I can't remember which, but we're all there, and it's um, like that level of camaraderie. Like you could share anything with them. But Chris in particular, Baron and Ryan to a degree as well. Like they very supportive. Of course you. But you asked for who else? That's that's who.
Did you prefer the ACUs or the Nomex?
Uh, you know, I, I the Nomex kind of grew on me for a bit. Uh, Hard to explain why, but it did. I did, and I got a great picture of
So
of
do I.
of, of that Nomex. But yeah, the Nomex kind of grew on me a little
Yeah.
bit. It just seemed easier.
Yeah, it was cooler too. I thought.
Yeah.
All right. The replacements. Did we start getting replacements when you were when you were there?
We did. They started to trickle in, and they started to trickle in, and shame on me. Like I didn't have a deliberate way to get to know them. Like I
Yeah.
like the everybody else. Uh, Everybody else I knew and I could just sit down and talk with them. And I never asked you if some folks were not offended, but offended that uh, I referred to people by their given name, right? Like, you know, Brandon Emery, Eric Fisher, like it's just because, like, hey man, I don't know, if we're gonna see each other again, man. I don't want to call you by your first name. Like this is a personal relationship kind of
Yeah.
thing. I don't know if you're ever offended by that, because I know there were some that were like, no, it's rank and last name. Um,
Nah, I don't think so.
okay,
I,
all
I
right.
had other things to be
No,
offended
yeah,
about, not that.
there's definitely more important things. So I never, that's I never took the time to um, form those same personal
Yeah.
relationships and that was, I mean, even the lowest soldier, we, old PFC Shelley, you could sit down and have a conversation with him and connect on a personal level. And I felt that was important, and I didn't do that with the replacements.
Yeah, I'll share one quick story,
All right.
and we'll start to wrap things up. But it was like our first batch of replacements that had come in,
Mm.
and we had a pretty good reintegrate or integration. Like they would pull several shifts in the talk, just listening to call signs and learning the maps and kind of just getting situational awareness. Of course, we'd take them out to the range and get them zero day and night. And, just the basics of what they had to do to get them out into the platoons. And it was a group of about four guys, and three like brand new privates, and one I think he was a buck sergeant. And I asked them the question. I said, "Hey, what's the word back at Hood? What were you guys hearing before you came here?
Mm.
Because of course there was no secret of what was happening." And I could tell they were visible. They were all pretty nervous.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. I said, don't worry about it. I said, it's not as bad as people are making it out to be. They're blowing it out of proportion. You're going to be fine. And I said, and tomorrow we're going to go out, take you out to the outpost, and giving them the pep talk. And next day comes by, we do our patrol brief, reinforce again. Hey, just we'll get out there. It'll be good. You'll be with your platoons. And but of course we go through our react contact drills and everything else, and we jump into vehicles and we're going down Victory. ID goes off, blows up the LMTV, and I'm in the front Bradley, trying to get comms, no comms, and the we come back, try to secure that. Well, we secure the area. We get up in there. They were knocked around, but nobody was wounded. The vehicle's tires are all flat. We get everyone situated, and we pull into Apache's combat outpost right there, the earth.
Yeah.
And we limp the vehicle in. It's like leaking radiator fluid and oil, and I mean it barely makes it there. And we get out, we're checking everyone, and I look at the E5 because he was the TC of the truck. I told him, I said, "See, I told you it wasn't gonna be that bad." And he's just looking at me like, what the heck just happened? And
We got different definitions of that bad.
so that was that was one of those moments. And of course they did just fine, but it was yeah, a moment of yeah, the change of command.
Hmm.
uh you know that was kind of that was a tough day. That was a tough day. A lot of people showed up. Bitter, sweet day, because it's like, cool, Pete doesn't have to, you're going on to something else, but at the same time, it's like we're um so yeah, your change of command happens.
Yeah.
uh you were presented this amazing guide
Yes,
on.
yes. Thank you for that. The thing besides just the having the colors that we deployed with, and the sun bleach, like super meaningful, that you had the boys write stuff on the back is like, that's meaningful. And I appreciate that. And I've that technique, that TTP of doing that, like I've incorporated that into mementos that I present, just because it's a chance to express a feeling that or share an inside joke or do whatever that person could take with them. So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
And then you take off. You go to
Yeah.
Baghdad area, green zone type deal.
No, in the first Cav headquarters was at I want to say Fort Victory, the artist formerly known as Biap.
Buyout.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the east side of the airport was the first Cav headquarters, which was the same site of the first Cav headquarters in OIF 06 dash or OIF 2, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you listening on our freaks, trying to get some updates every now and again, or
Well, so
did you
I
try not to torture yourself?
I did look at updates from time to time, because you was sit down, you have the sipper terminal I can see, but um, because that fell under a different division, the first Cav wasn't in the reporting chain for that, and so um, but I would see some of the SIGACs from time to time, and my job at the time was to prepare the evening update for either the chief of staff or the CG to give MNCI. So they had, the same kind of commander's call that everybody has at different levels. And on some days the chief of staff would represent first Cav, and the other times the CG would sit in. And so my job was to comb through the big events of the previous 24 hours and package it up in a format that they could share to the Corps.
Mm.
And so when doing that, and then after, because the senior leaders is gonna read the script or maybe make some adjustments or whatever. But if there's ever like the follow-up question, you got the captain here who's got reams of paper or whatever, trying to like, oh, hold on a sec, sir, I'll get this. And so I got to sit in on it. So that was like the side benefit of doing that, is I got to sit in on it and then hear kind of what Grey Wolf was up to, the successes and the setbacks. And really, as the awakening took hold.
Yeah, and I don't want to talk about it, but I need to talk about it.
Yeah.
The Sergeant Martinez Ramiro Nash. How'd you hear about that?
I want to say it was before my shift, and I was in the gym. They had a pretty good gym across the way. I know it sounds crazy. I mean, I could just be remembering it, but I kind of had a feeling I needed to get into the talk, and I should point out
that stuff happens.
Yeah,
You get that
like
that sixth sense.
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah.
And the daytime battle captain is a good friend of Chris and I, Matt Wojcik. He was a tank platoon leader in Charlie 27 Cav. Absolutely was laying it down in Fallujah in the previous deployment. He was the HHCXO first spell. We got tasking to provide somebody to division to serve as a battle captain, and so I know it was a hard decision and we offered him up. And so he was the daytime battle captain. And when I got in, um, like he knew, because even though there's a different reporting chain, like if a Gray Wolf soldier was killed in action, like then that would get routed to the division, right? Because
Right.
that's, the parent unit. Um, and so Matt let me know, like he had initial report, here's what's happening, and then yeah, that's a hard day, because the all three of them, I mean, they're all heroes, but all three of them, uh, Romero and Martinez had served on the Exos. Bradley, Casey Nash was part of the fire support element. It's like the being a little bit closer to headquarters. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like get to know them a little bit more, and that, I mean, that was a tough day,
Yeah.
trying to process that.
You know, so they, I asked them, I said, because when Lieutenant Moffett had went to Apache,
Mm.
uh, and then Ryan had come up to be the XO, it was like they're like, they wanted to go down to the platoon.
Yeah.
They wanted to go down. And that's it speaks volumes, right? Like
Right.
and that day, um there was a big operation, and the dismounts got into contact, and the intersection of Charlie and I'd have to look at the map, but it was C Ave and one of the ones just southeast of the combat outpost.
Mm.
And the dismounts were in contact, took contact. These guys did what they do. Hey, let me reposition, let me get into a spot where I can support the dismounts.
Yeah.
And it was in the that intersection. And it was these IEDs, these weren't IEDs that, people were putting in with picks and shovels.
Right.
These were IEDs that we got intelligence towards the end that these IEDs were put in before our time.
Mm.
They specifically, I remember one report where, and unconfirmed, but there was reports that there was Al Qaeda members portraying road crews
Mm.
that were coming out, or workers, fixing water lines and what have you, and putting these IEDs in.
Mm.
And these IEDs, come to find out, the wires were run under the concrete to the sidewalks, through the cracks, up into buildings, and just little pigtails would be to where they could go from building to building. They didn't have to have a weapon.
Yeah.
They had to have a detonator. But maybe that was pre-positioned elsewhere too. But a lot of these IDs, because we were beating ourselves up, like, how are they getting these massive IEDs in? And we have these places on lockdown.
Yeah.
And the thing that you didn't get to see, but absolutely need to know, is over time, the when the troop surge had come in, uh, and then the rest of 3rd Brigade 2ID had come up, And we went through and we did another clear mission and another clear mission. And I'll tell you, Ryan Bakey, T-Wall, extraordinaire. Like he was run like as the XO, he was operating under the cover of darkness, but bringing in strings of HEMTs loaded down with T-walls and Jersey barriers, and just like we put this like in total lockdown. And but when that happened and those clearing operations started to occur, the population started to come back,
Yeah.
and they started talking to us more. And I remember being out on a patrol and they stopped us, and it was the same patrol where they gave us the information about the road work crews, and they called out an IED. They
Mm.
said, hey, in that section. And the route clearance team, uh, we called them and he came in, and they couldn't even get a signature at first, but they started doing like exploratory charges,
Yeah.
and eventually got down to a point where it was another deep buried. So there was a lot of, especially during our time, because we were trying to lock down the MSRs and put out oversight, small kill teams, the sniper section, and
Yeah.
it's like, how are they getting these things in there?
Yeah.
And I think there was a lot that was pre-positioned,
Mm.
um, maybe during that. At some other point in time. So, anyways, I thought it would be good to share that with you. And by the time we did leave, you know, we were using the CERT money, and we were getting electricity turned on, and the water mains were getting repaired. And uh, one of the distinct things that I remember was the school opened back up, and kids were out there playing soccer, and shops were open, and we would be able to do patrols and stopping at the shops. And it it was
It's night and day.
it was nice to see that.
Yeah.
Kind of it would probably take years for it to return back to normal, but at the
Mm.
same time, seeing some level of civilization come back to it,
Yeah.
it was I think it was needed to see. It was a good way to exit um, that area.
Yeah.
Um, any thoughts, uh, shout outs
Um,
to if you had the company in front of you right now?
yeah.
Um, any words of wisdom to the
Uh,
boys?
well, I don't know about wisdom. Let's pump the brakes on wisdom. But uh, I'm pretty sure I said some variant of this at the change of command that I'm not super great with words, and it's hard to express the feeling. Like you have this concept in your head that transcends words. Like words don't do it justice. Words are only get at a fraction of the meaning. Uh, but the level of love and commitment to soldiers that every day got up um, in a less than perfect situation, but just tried to do their best, and not sometimes not for like, oh, I want to do my best because I like doing good things, but I want to do my best so I'm not letting down the person on my left and right.
Yeah.
That's meaningful, and so just love and commitment, to everybody involved.
Yeah, and you're in a pretty great position right now. I mean,
Yeah.
I know it warms my heart to know that you're at West Point influencing, you know, uh, the leaders, and it's not the next generation. This is like the leaders of today,
Yeah.
or tomorrow rather. And yeah, that certainly makes me feel good.
You're too kind.
Yeah.
I try my best. Because I do think, I do think it's important. It's like one of the things I've grown to over time. Um, in most every situation, you know, be it a NCO, be it a platoon leader, be it a company commander, battalion commander, you know, whatever. I think a lot of it, like your next best increment of time is spent developing somebody as a leader.
Yep.
And it's not, and I'll say it's not one way either. Like when I have interactions with the cadets, um, a lot of times I walk away like better developed. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely not one way. But I do think that, yeah, next best increment of time is developing somebody as a leader, meeting them where they're at and helping them along their path. I've been the recipient of a lot of great fortune in my life. You know, powerful mentors that kind of steered me the right way. You know, yourself included, of helping me be the best version of myself. So yeah, that's just important. Important.
What's the next move for Pete Chapman?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's next. Other than I know it's in the near term next. Like I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and have the best Friday I've ever had. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna win Friday. But like the midterm, I'm not sure. I like what I'm doing. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the people I work for. I find purpose in what I do. So no immediate changes on the horizon that I see.
I can absolutely sense that.
Yeah.
You know, when I come here, I see the passion,
Yeah.
and the um, the spark in your eye as you go through and do what you do. And I think you're definitely in the right place at the right time. So yeah, enjoy it.
Cheers. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
What are some of these tabs we have here?
All right. So I appreciate the calling, your ability to give a shout out. So Black Dragons, that was the call sign for the headquarters platoon. Chosen was first platooner red. Widowmaker, that was our second platoon that went over to dealer company. The troublemakers they were certainly not troublemakers, not for us anyway. Troublemakers for a lot of people on the recipient end of the tank, or excuse me, of the third platoon, and Sammy Reynolds. And then the Blood Angels was our tank platoon, Johnny Malo and Joe Sparks.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
That,
good.
that's pretty awesome, and I'll be sure to get a picture of the back,
Hmm.
and we'll make sure we put it up on the screen. But Pete, I think this wraps up your debrief. Any final thoughts?
Um, I do. So I've mentioned it a handful of times, but I do want to mention it while we're mic'd up and recording. Uh, Again, bad with words, but the what you're doing, um, and the purpose of what you're doing is immensely impactful. And so thank you for that, for everything from, you know, writing the original book, and being the focal point where people can learn about what their loved ones did, to now coming at the same story from a different angle, to help with, still telling the story but providing an opportunity for healing. Uh, just thank you. You make me a better person. I'm a better person for having you in my life. So thanks, man. I appreciate you as a friend, as a battle buddy, and as a mentor.
Absolutely. Likewise. I'd say more, but then I'd start to cry. So,
All right, well,
and
we'll maybe
so,
express those feelings some other time.
so we'll say iron sharpens iron, sir.
All right.
And, it's a true honor to be here chatting with you.
Likewise.
All right.
That's it. There we go. All right, brother.
That's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Woo.
Oh, no.